Satu slide lagi. Tadi.
Nah, isso aqui é para aquele logotipo.
Wala, teka, satu slide.
Esse tem que saber.
The wireless.
Headphone wireless. No. No. Chief, no temos headphone wireless.
Because there's a microphone that doesn't work.
Muntik. Hey, anh nhớ nào? Anh nhớ đây.
Ya, kalau tahu dari itu. Ya. Aquí también.
He first logo start the recording, start the recording, start the stream, yes.
Ya.
Tudo, né?
Ya. 50p, 50p. Serviço 50p. Conexão. Ya, estamos a levar lá na projeção. Mas não tento projetar naquilo ali.
Fala maior.
Não, eu tento projetar no Zoom.
Não, eu fico apoiado, sabe de que? Entre.
There is just internet aqui.
internet não está dando certo, não?
Não dá certo. Tem uma internet aqui no hospital. OACPS.
Ele está trabalhando no assunto. Sim. Sim, então, não, vem para aqui.
Sim, podemos mostrar aqui
Cuidar disso. Você vai cuidar disso.
Matar hoje. Vamos matar hoje. Epa, Sony, Jorginho, a pessoa vai ter que projetar o piano. Vai ter que projetar o piano, não para de piscar, cara. Cara, coisa, não é um.
Aqui era pra você telefone.
Não para de piscar.
Até por ali desse, quando estava do máquina, assim, não estava nada.
Estava nós, mas agora já está piscando.
Mesmo botou máquina.
Olha a piscar do Luma.
Não é essa arma desde aí, o professor.
Sim.
Por que não matas uma daquelas ali? Testar. Já, o professor dali matar, testar o lugar.
Filho do mano, um carregador, você tentar aí.
Carregador, só essa pessoa.
Parou, pisca. Não, mete isso aqui, não?
Aí já meti. Volta para si. Esse.
Não, mas é aqui mesmo. Não pode ser. Aí você mandou para onde?
Esse. Mandei para o Facebook e do YouTube. Já está.
Facebook, YouTube.
Já está. Então, para ti não vais precisar de rosto para lançar aqui, não.
Não, essas imagens estão em direto. Essas aqui.
Ok. Então, aqui não vamos fazer.
Acho que não.
Não, né? Ok. Então, tá bom.
Não, já tem estresse disso. Computador, não. A pessoa vai ter que entrar via Zoom. Está a pescar, eu tentei ver as configurações aqui, estão todas boas. Opa, já tentamos todos os laptops. Vai aparecer. Alguém quer projetar alguma coisa? Eu não sei. Aqui. Onde, Joaquim?
Sim.
Mas tens aqui, Joaquim?
Sou quem tem. Não vai lá comigo, acho que por exemplo.
O número de Joaquim, esta aí. O telefone dele.
Ei, gosto de fazer isso.
Epa, quer dizer, 5 minutos anos para hoje. Dá para ver agora que devia ter feito plano.
Mas isso é uma luva, pode de repente
Prolongar a conta.
fazer coisa da cabeça dele. Ei, mas valeu.
Claro que essa demora, essa começar a demorar a começar. Eu também estou preocupado com isso.
E festa.
Não, olha a cara dele.
Ai, ai, ai.
Eu não estava à espera.
Você não tem ideia.
Como é? Tá bom.
Essa Senegal não dá bote.
Não, depois para cadê?
Toma.
Não dá para buscar. Não. Olha, vou dar cadê?
Trocou.
Olha, tem como eu já buscar já. Buscaram.
Estou com carga.
Não congelou? Já não fiz. Se quiser descarregador, teu celular, né? Eu devo trocar com um aqui. Tens fita tape aí. Fita. Tens alguma fita aí?
Não dá pra pegar.
Vamos então, cara aqui. Bueno, claro que está en internet. Hello guys, ¿cómo me acabas de llamar? ¿A cuánto? 10.
Hoje você paga todo.
Você carregar, troquei o... Okay, attention. Where is the Conference micro.
Yep. Yes.
In conference micro.
Stage box.
Yeah, but fader. No. This is the line array.
Output.
This is output to
Two
speaker.
speaker.
Yeah.
Top left, right.
Okay, okay.
Door on the right.
Yeah. Then you have wireless,
Wireless.
dual, and fixed output. That will be used.
Yeah.
Maybe the floor. Or the input gain.
Off.
No.
No. Off. Gain.
But it was already like this, no? This is not off.
No.
Deixa na quarta câmera.
Não.
Olha para mim. Micro from the room. Come here. This is conference. Conference here. Okay. Here.
Câmera.
And speakers.
Não faz a câmera aqui.
Yes.
Sim, mas não é aquela que está muito. Mas aqui. Não guarda. Não é
Aqui
essa
na
aqui.
pandara, se quem tá mexendo é a quarta.
Dá para entrar a primeira.
Não sei o que tá mexendo.
Ah, ok.
As goods are missing a fogo. Lá as casas fogo. Prada. Não, Prada, eu. Isso aí daqui.
Olha para o Antônio Gerard.
Fala, Tara, gay, tá gay, mas o gajo é gay.
Já funciona, yeah.
Veja, tá aqui, o gajo tá aqui. Mas depois o gajo disse, ele quer para fazer com. Eu tá aqui o gajo que disse. O gajo levanta. A ver estrelas, o gajo. Essa aqui é França aqui.
Dentro de Maravilha.
Não.
Eu vou tirar nota da parada. Oi.
Essa imagem quem nos deu? Será um quadro.
am pleased to welcome you to the 61st session of the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly. I am indeed delighted to be welcoming you to our first physical parliamentary assembly in an OACP country since the last physical meeting held in Kigali, Rwanda in 2019. I wish to reiterate my deep gratitude to the Mozambique authorities for offering to host these meetings and for all the arrangements that they have made to ensure that we can meet in the best possible conditions. It will be remiss of me not to thank our dear colleague, Honorable Anna Rita Stole, for having steadily and efficiently championing the organization of these meetings. Thank you very much for that recognition. At this time, I think it's customary that we listen to the anthem and respect the anthems of the host as well as the listener. Thank you very much. Let us all rise in anticipation of the anthem. Thank you very much, honorable colleagues and excellencies. I am informed that Honorable Sitole has held several preparatory meetings each Friday with the OACPS Secretariat and the EP Secretariat to ensure that all technical teams are updated and included in the organization of this process. Once again, accept this morning our sincere gratitude, Honorable Sitole. As I conclude, I wish to extend a special welcome to members that are attending the meeting for the first time, and those that are returning following success in legislative elections, or replacing members who have been assigned other responsibilities. I am pleased and I'm advised of the following members that are attending these meetings for the first time. Angola, Honorable Raul Augusto Lima. Bahamas, Honorable Jemahi Strahan. Comoros, Honorable Abdul Rahim Mr. DRC, Honorable George Eric Mangaku Gabon. Gabon, Honorable Senator Dia Alban Obanji. Gambia, Honorable Abduli Sifa. Guinea, Honorable Dr. Alpha Abduli Diallo. Kenya, Honorable Gladys Jikoske Boss. Mauritania, Honorable Ahmed Etmane Jani. And Tonga, Honorable Isaki Balu Eke. Uganda, Right Honorable Thomas Tayeba. Let us give them a hand of applause. We welcome you once again, dear colleagues, to the OACPS Assembly and the GPM. On to accreditation of the non-parliamentary delegates pursuant to Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure. I would like to remind you that pursuant to Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure, members of the Assembly shall be, on the one hand, members of the European Parliament, and on the other hand, members of Parliament, or failing that, in exceptional circumstances, such as force majeure, notified in advance in writing to the Bureau of the Assembly representatives designated. In this regard, I have not been notified of any costs or accreditation this session.
Education.
Thank you, Mali. My apologies. Can you please repeat? I missed your intervention. Thank you so much. much, Mali. We definitely take note of that. Thank you very much for raising it for us here today. Well noted. Let us continue with our agenda today, and the adoption of the draft agenda is captured in documents with reference ACP/23/060/22. If there are members who wish to take the floor under the item on any other business, please let them say so now, so that we can draw up a definitive list of speakers. Please remember that items on any other business are for information only and for immediate decision by the Assembly. Are there any comments on the agenda at this time? Yes, I recognize Suleiman. Mr. President, which agenda are you referring to? Right? That's one. Secondly, thank you very much, Suriname. We're referring to our agenda for today. And the reference number, once again, is /23/060/22. Yes, Suriname. Thank you very much. Any other colleagues? On any other business again? Would there be colleagues wishing to make? Yes, Sierra Leone, we have the floor.
President, thank you. Any other business, I do want to say thank you for the ceremony today. We are starting, but more importantly, we have recognized that we should have an induction. The reason why I'm always calling for induction is what has really transpired just a minute ago. People don't understand the agenda. When you have the induction, some of these things you can do. I want to say thanks to your secretariat yesterday that they are going to have an induction. So we pray that this thing will come very fast, so people will understand the procedures and the processes. Good office that will speed up this induction. So members can already ask questions.
Thank you very much. Very fair point. By Sylvia. Take notes. Some circumstances that didn't allow us to have the induction earlier. Definitely well noted what the need for actions as soon as possible to allow us, enable us. Any other colleagues? Will you take the floor, particularly for any other business? I don't see any request for the floor this time. The agenda is hereby adopted. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is the communication of myself, as President. Colleagues, my statement is in the form of announcements and information that I wish to bring to your attention, which are from the Secretary. With regards to speaking times,
intervenção secretarial irá distribuir os formulários para pedidos de intervenção.
so please indicate your name and country against the items on which you would like to take the floor on, as many as you wish, and hand the forms to the OACPS conference. Speaking time is allocated equally to this and EU side. And each member will be allocated speaking time requirements according to the number of speakers each night. If you change your mind and are no longer intending to take the floor, please inform the OACPS secretary in advance. If you do not indicate your interest in taking the floor during meetings of the plenary, you will not be given the opportunity. On amendments to compromise resolutions, I would like to thank you too. Yes, Mali, you have the floor. Documents if you have received please indicate to the secretariat. Very much about the importance of those documents. Thank you very much. Let us now continue our agenda for today, and particularly on the amendments to compromise the resolutions. I would like to thank the two OACPS rapporteurs.
Chairman, Chairman. No, please comment just now. You did not mention the time that will be allocated. Everything else will be happening like length of speaking time.
Thank you very much. Yes, very, very hard observation. Those speaking times will depend on the number of speakers. Thank you very much for that. It just depends on the number of speakers. I would like to intervene on the OB. Thank you very much, Mauritius. Well noted. And, that. this time, perhaps allow me to go through the agenda we have before us, and if there are any issues, we can also deal with them at the end of my presentation here, particularly the information that I want to pass on to you at this time. Thank you very much. So once again, on the amendment to the compromise resolutions, I would like to thank the two OACPS rapporteurs, Honorable Amini of Eswatini and Honorable Andre of Seychelles. Have worked hard to come up with draft resolutions on which we shall vote at the second session, 22nd session. So let us show our gratitude for our efforts by contributing to the work that they have done so far by enriching them with our amendments. The deadline for amendments on the compromise text will be first Tuesday, November 2022 at noon. So it's Tuesday, the 1st of November 2022 at noon. Colleagues, on reconciliation meetings, there will be reconciliation meetings on the urgent motions of resolution. Ms. Mali, we have Mr. President, Thank you very much for that reminder, Mali. The Secretariat will distribute those resolutions, those drafts, urgent ones to you, so that you can make the amendments that you want to make. So thank you once again. And indeed, if delegates are still haven't received those drafts, then we will definitely ensure the Secretariat distributes them. Thank you very much. Just received clarification from the Secretariat regarding the resolutions. That there is a draft process with drafters that will need to go through those resolutions before they are available as well. Unfortunately, the drafters are not with us yet, for the whole team, for the drafting committee, and with us as president. So we have to wait until that process is through. It's very well noted that we will need to get these drafts out to you as soon as possible when they finish that process. Thank you so much. Colleagues, let me continue on with the conciliation meetings on the urgent resolutions, urgent motions for resolution. There are two urgent motions for resolution at this session of the Assembly. The first one is on global challenges of climate change cooperation, for adaptation and mitigation in the wake of COP27. Co-rapporteur is Honorable Andre of Seychelles. The second one is ensuring market access for CPS monitoring in producing countries through enhancing sustainable consumption and production patterns. Co-rapporteur is Honorable Amin of this team. So in order to ensure effective participation from the OACPS side, I have requested Bureau members in their capacities as regional coordinators and the vice presidents to nominate two members from their regions for each constitution meeting. And that way, we can be assured of at least 12 ACP participants on each at the conciliation meetings. Police workshops. There are two workshops that we foresee. Workshop 1 is disaster risk management and reduction. It will take place in Moane village in the south of Parliamentary. Workshop 2, health workshop on the experience of Mozambique in managing COVID-19. This will take place in Moane village, located north of
they are not communicating with us. It's like they are operating in a secret organization. Members of Parliament, after every bureau meeting, you should create a platform where we discuss issues. And when you get to that bureau, you discuss what is our own objective. But now what is happening, since your intervention, since you became president, maybe before you, it has been like something that you don't understand. You just see bureau meeting. Nobody communicates with us. For our own region, that is what I've observed since I joined the ACP. I don't look for other regions. So we are saying it's a different trajectory. Let us change the status quo. Let us take a plan that will inform members. If you don't inform us, you are not taking to a room to discuss with us as a bureau member. So, no minute. Before this time, you are not discussing with us. So, what do you expect us to go and discuss in the room to challenge you? Because that's going to be the issue. So, before we get to a position like this, telling us that we have to nominate, let us have discussions that has to do with our own region. Since I joined the ACP, I've never attended any meeting that you has organized. Father by this, by design, I don't know, or they have decided not to inform us of what's going on. But it's the obligation of our representative in the bureau to inform members. But they are not informing us. So, Mr. President, to your very good office, can you tell all bureau members, they are representing our region. Let them look out for a conduit where we can communicate so that we cannot go to any meeting as if we don't know anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone, for those who will lead the COVID pandemic. Allowing us to do a lot of showing. Perhaps that we have communications as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regards to the resolution and the documents, yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. With regards to the resolutions and the documents that are being prepared and still with the resolution committee, what then will be the deadline with regards to the submissions of the members? Because remember, we are working on a deadline of November the 1st. So we will need some clarity there as to whether we have a new deadline as we go along. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Well noted. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, some of us have been working with our colleagues from Malawi on our actions. We understand submitted a notice on motion to the Secretariat on the 31st of August, that has not been given space. And the feeling some of us are getting is that some voices are being disenfranchised, Mr. President, because the issues is raising in this motion are very, very critical. And whereas they acknowledge some of the other submissions, like from Uganda, he has also shown us how indeed his motion was delivered to the Secretariat. So we ask, what is the problem? Why are we disenfranchising the member? And why can't we allow these issues in raise, which we believe are very critical for some of us to be discussed, Mr. President?
Thank you very much for that, raising that. Very important. We need to make sure that communications to our secretaries are clear. Well noted. Next speaker I have on my list here is Togo.
À savoir communiquer aux membres de l'Assemblée les procédures de l'ACP. Parce que lorsque j'entends dans la salle, je me rends compte qu'il y a beaucoup de nouveaux membres. Beaucoup
à 90%, l'Assemblée est composée. Et donc, ce point était très capital. Je ne sais pas pourquoi le bureau a décidé de le retirer, mais je vous propose de trouver un temps, même si ce n'est pas pendant cette session, de trouver un temps de faire cette communication qui vous paraît très importante. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Well noted in terms of importance of what you just mentioned. Opportunity. Thank you. I now give the floor to Guinea-Bissau.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Sr. Presidente, permita-me um ponto de esclarecimento relativamente à intervenção de um dos nossos colegas da Serra Leoa. Dizer, Sr. Presidente, que não há nenhuma intenção deliberada de esconder qualquer tipo de informação. A reunião de Bolhô teve lugar ontem e a parte anglófona é a Nigéria, o representante, a Guiné-Conakry é a representante da parte francófona. Hoje convocamos uma reunião da sub-região da CEDEAO, precisamente para testemunhar a todos os nossos colegas sobre não só o resultado da reunião da mesa da OACP, como também para designar os nossos representantes na reunião de conciliação que terá lugar na segunda-feira e ainda para discutir vários assuntos relativamente às alterações que serão feitas no documento de compromisso. Obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, South, of course, to work supporting the work of this. I now give the floor to Mali. Thank you very much. Floor, is there anybody else to take the floor at this time? The floor is still open. I don't see anybody asking for the floor at this time. I thank you very much for the exchanges that we have had, raising a number of issues. Yes, I see Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just for Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm sure for some of the colleagues present here, with regards to resolutions, what is the procedural policy when a resolution is submitted by a respective ACP country? You know, it will be interesting to know what is the Secretariat procedure when a resolution is received and how it is put forward, whether it is that the Bureau deals with it only, or whether it that it must come to this plenary body in order for a decision to be made. Can I get some clarity there, please, Mr. Chairman? Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Let us allow the Secretariat the opportunity to give us clarity on the process. Given there are various issues. As well. So let's take the floor this time to the Secretariat. Who will help us understand the process.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning, honorable members. On the process of the resolution, we have different elaborate on those process, on the process that each goes through. Because then we have other solutions, which would be the scenario of the topics just mentioned. These are topics that come to us from the Bureau when they meet and they agree on a situation that requires or calls for an urgent reaction. That becomes a request for an urgent solution. It is submitted then to all members. The topics are submitted to all members, and it's open to all to submit draft resolutions. And once we receive all the draft resolutions, that would mean that every member state that has submitted through their member of parliament, they become drafters of a resolution that will be eventually considered as a compromise text. Once they have reached at the level of a compromise, members who are now the assembly are allowed to provide amendments to that text that their colleagues have submitted and have now come together to agree to work with one text. We have the other resolutions that come through committee meetings. Currently, there are already 3 of them. One on maritime security, the other one on road safety, and the last one on AML and tax issues. These are topics that again come from the assembly, and we propose them to the Bureau who accept or approve those topics. Following which, we begin a process of nominating a rapporteur and invite an expert to come and address the assembly. After that, all members are now aware or enlightened on the issue following that exchange with an expert. And the draft resolution is now submitted. That process is a little different in terms of time. And that will go through the different committee meetings that you will hold amongst yourselves for a period of 9 months before the document resolution. So you have the 2 resolutions processes, urgent resolutions, and the committee resolutions. Mr. President, this is all we can say.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, for that information. I think it's useful, but I think once again highlights the need for some orientation in terms of what we need to do for our members to fully understand the processes moving forward. So I think it just underscores very much the need for that orientation session for us. Thank you once again, Trinidad and Tobago. Anyone looking to take the floor at this time? Mauritania, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je signale que je suis là pour la 2e fois, et non la première fois. Mais en tant que chef de délégation, c'est la première fois que je suis chef de délégation. Donc, ça c'est pour un peu expliquer. Toutefois, je tiens un peu à déplorer le déficit d'information qui a été soulevé par certains collègues. Nous manquons effectivement, il y a un déficit criant de communication pour que nous puissions jouer le rôle que nous avons dévolu dans l'organisation. Merci.
Thank you very much. Once again, Mauritania underscoring the need for us to have orientation for our members. It's very important that we do that. Well noted. It's a very important part of our process. Any other colleagues looking for the floor at this time? Kenya, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to add on that, sometimes you can orientate us by exactly what the able member of the Secretariat has explained. It can be
handwriting and sent to members in advance electronically. And then by the time you come to actual rotation, you have already rotated yourself. Write it down.
Very good suggestion, proposal in terms of the way forward with these kinds of information. We will definitely. A note in our agenda that we will be coming to the item as well later on under any other business on the motion by Malawi as well. This was some issue of the motion in any other business. So thank you once again for raising, and you can raise it again there. Thank you so much. I'd like to give Secretary General as well will be able to give us some more guidance on these processes as well moving forward. Thank you, Excellency.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Effectivement, il y a un manque d'informations concernant les procédures. Parce qu'une bonne partie des membres de cette assemblée sont nouveaux. Donc, nous déplorons que cette session d'information a été annulée à la dernière minute pour la simple raison que la personne qui devait animer cette présentation, cette session, n'était pas disponible à la dernière minute. Donc, on a dû reporter cette session, mais ce que nous allons proposer, que ce soit à l'intention de nouveaux ou des anciens, on va organiser en ligne une session spéciale avec tous les États membres, tous les membres le règlement intérieur est en cours maintenant. Parce que nous sommes appelés à renouveler ce règlement intérieur pour être conforme à la nouvelle configuration de l'Assemblée parlementaire OACP qui est maintenant une émanation, une institution à part entière de l'accord de Georgetown. Donc, mais en attendant, les anciennes règles de procédure sont toujours en cours et on va vous les rediffuser. On va vous envoyer à tous ces règles qui sont en cours maintenant. Merci. Mais vous pouvez toujours revenir vers nous, effectivement. Le secrétariat le rôle du secrétariat, c'est d'assurer l'appui à toute l'Assemblée parlementaire, OACP, et en particulier à ceux qui souhaitent présenter des projets de résolution ou toute autre forme de décision qui seront prises par cette Assemblée. Voilà ce que je peux vous dire concernant ces problèmes, ces manques d'information, ces déficits d'information en ce qui concerne les procédures. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Thank you very much once again, Excellency Assistant Secretary General, for that clarification. Well received, and the idea to perhaps do some online orientation would be something that is very much helpful in terms of allowing our newer members better understanding of the processes. I see Mali asking for the floor.
Monsieur le Président, merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole. Je pense que tout ce qui va venir, va venir. Et quand ça va venir, nous allons l'apprendre, comme nous avons appris les choses par le passé. Donc, c'est pas qu'on dépasse ce point-là. Et qu'on fasse en sorte qu'on ait tous les documents nous permettant de travailler au cours de cette session. C'est ce que nous demandons, pas plus. Quand le nouveau règlement intérieur sera adopté, nous allons le posséder et nous allons adopter et nous allons travailler conformément à ce règlement intérieur. Mais les documents que nous devons avoir, il faut qu'on les ait. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Je souhaite qu'on dépasse ce point-là. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Very, very practical suggestion there by Mali. Very much welcomed indeed. Now I give the floor to Mauritius. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to make a remark with regards to the orientation. You know, my first physical meeting was in Strasbourg, so we didn't have an orientation there also. I think I welcome that we are going to have an orientation so that we are learning, like a colleague from Mali has said, we are learning on how it's working as it is. But I welcome that we will have an orientation session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Let us move on with accordance to our agenda and move on to our next item, which is the communication from the Secretary General. As is the usual practice, I would now like to give the floor to the Assistant Secretary General to read the Secretary General's statement to the Assembly. Excellency Assistant Secretary General, you now have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Honorable Peter Kenny Lauréat, Junior, Président de l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OACP, honorables membres, Excellences, représentants des ambassades et missions de l'OACP, Mesdames et Messieurs, le secrétaire général, M. Georges Rebelo Pito Chikoti, m'a demandé de vous transmettre ses sincères excuses et ses regrets de ne pas avoir pu se joindre à vous pour ces importantes sessions de l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OACP et de l'Assemblée parlementaire paritaire ACP-UE qui se déroule ici à Maputo, en République du Mozambique, et il m'a chargé de le représenter à cette occasion. En tant que secrétaire général adjoint en charge des questions politiques et du développement humain. Donc, je vais maintenant présenter la déclaration du secrétaire général à l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OACP. J'ai l'honneur et le privilège de vous accueillir à cette 61e session de l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OACP. Permettez-moi de saisir cette occasion pour remercier son Excellence Monsieur Philippe Nyusi, président, et le gouvernement de la République de Mozambique d'avoir accepté d'accueillir la 61e session de l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OACP et la 42e session de l'Assemblée parlementaire paritaire ACP-UE. Permettez-moi également de remercier le président de l'Assemblée et notre collègue du Mozambique, Madame Anarita Sitole, pour leur contribution à la réalisation de ces réunions à Maputo. Depuis notre arrivée dans cette belle ville historique de Maputo, nous sommes en effet reconnaissants de l'hospitalité accordée à nous tous et à nos délégations respectives par le gouvernement et le peuple de Mozambique. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi également de vous remercier pour vos efforts constants pour faire avancer les travaux de cette Assemblée avec le soutien indéfectible des membres du Bureau. Nous vivons une époque difficile où nous sommes témoins de changements et d'alignements géopolitiques, de guerres, de conflits, du renversement du cours de la mondialisation, du climat et de nombreuses autres crises. En tant que voix élues de nos peuples, nous vous demandons de continuer à exercer votre leadership en ces temps difficiles et changeants. L'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OACP a bien progressé dans la préparation de la nouvelle configuration de l'OACP-UE, en parachevant la rédaction d'un nouveau règlement intérieur. Je voudrais vous encourager à entamer l'important travail de modification de la charte de l'Assemblée parlementaire ACP. Par ailleurs, malgré la pandémie de COVID-19 et son effet perturbateur sur les réunions, vous avez néanmoins débattu, discuté et adopté diverses positions et résolutions sur des questions et des sujets importants pour nos régions et nos membres. Votre travail est important et apprécié. Et en tant que secrétariat, nous continuerons à améliorer notre soutien et notre assistance à l'Assemblée et à ses membres. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les députés, je voudrais profiter de mon intervention de ce matin pour vous donner un aperçu de certaines des préoccupations majeures de l'OACP, y compris quelques mises à jour sur les préoccupations actuelles. Dans le sillage de la guerre russe en Ukraine, de son impact global et des changements et alignements géopolitiques, notre unité et notre solidarité seront testées comme jamais auparavant. Les crises multiples et surtout les changements climatiques offrent l'opportunité de développer nos liens de manière innovante afin de renforcer notre détermination et d'améliorer l'unité et la solidarité de l'OACP. L'environnement dans lequel les pays de l'OACP opèrent est en constante évolution et en tant qu'organisation, nous devons nous adapter, relever les défis et tirer parti de nombreuses opportunités. En ce qui concerne la signature du nouvel accord de partenariat entre l'OACP et l'UE, le secrétariat de l'OACP suit de très près cette question et informera en permanence les membres et les régions de l'OACP. Nos partenaires de l'UE s'occupent des procédures internes afin de garantir l'unanimité avant la signature. Et à travers mon dialogue avec la présidence du Conseil européen, j'ai été assuré de ces efforts sincères pour conclure cette affaire dès que possible. J'ai le plaisir d'annoncer que pour la première fois depuis 3 ans, nous convoquerons une réunion du Conseil des ministres conjoints ACP-Union européenne à Bruxelles le 29 novembre 2022. Cette réunion sera également l'occasion pour nos ministres de dialoguer avec leurs homologues sur le retard de la signature du nouvel accord de partenariat OACP-UE. D'autres sujets, y compris les préoccupations clés de l'OACP, qui figureront à l'ordre du jour de cette importante réunion avec notre partenaire, comprennent, entre autres, les juridictions non coopératives à des fins fiscales et la lutte contre le blanchiment d'argent et le financement du terrorisme, la stratégie de l'Union européenne en matière de passerelle mondiale, sa pertinence pour l'EACP et la mise en œuvre de NDC Global Europe, la coopération OACP sur la scène internationale, y compris le suivi de la conférence des Nations Unies sur le changement climatique, COP27, et la préparation de la conférence des Nations Unies sur la biodiversité, COP15. Concernant les contributions des États membres, la situation financière de notre organisation continue d'être très préoccupante et nous vous demandons, honorables membres, d'utiliser votre rôle de contrôle pour encourager vos États membres à honorer leurs obligations financières respectives envers notre organisation. J'informe régulièrement le comité des ambassadeurs de l'état des contributions des membres de l'EACP et actuellement, 14 membres de l'EACP sont sous sanction pour le non-paiement de leurs contributions. Ce nombre élevé doit être réduit à moins de 10 d'ici la fin de l'année. Et je tiens à souligner que la restructuration en cours du secrétariat de l'OACP pour en faire une organisation adaptée à ses besoins nécessite le maintien d'une situation financière saine pour l'organisation. En outre, comme nous aspirons à devenir un acteur respecté, apprécié, actif et pertinent sur la scène internationale, il est nécessaire d'accroître les initiatives de sensibilisation et de visibilité. Mon objectif est de veiller à ce que notre OACP soit une entité engagée dans les événements et les forums internationaux, continentaux, régionaux et nationaux. Dans le cadre de l'accord de Georgetown révisé, et comme mentionné plus haut, l'OACP aspire à être un acteur majeur du multilatéralisme, à promouvoir un ordre international fondé sur des règles et à être impliqué dans la prise de décision sur les questions internationales qui concernent ses États membres et ses régions. Et dans ce contexte, l'OACP a participé à plusieurs événements internationaux clés, notamment la conférence des Nations Unies sur les océans à Lisbonne, la 77e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies à New York, le sommet mondial de l'éducation à New York et Mondiacult à Mexico City. En outre, nous serons présents et participerons activement aux prochaines conférences mondiales sur l'environnement et le climat en Égypte, COP27, et au Canada, COP15, respectivement. Comme vous le savez, honorables, le 10e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'OACP se tiendra à Luanda, en Angola, en décembre 2022. Il s'agit d'un événement majeur dont le succès dépend d'une coopération étroite entre le pays hôte, les États membres et le secrétariat. Et je tiens à assurer l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OACP que nous, en tant que secrétariat, travaillerons sans relâche pour assurer le succès du sommet. Je suis convaincu que nos dirigeants prendront des décisions importantes et significatives qui guideront l'OACP au cours des 3 prochaines années et jusqu'au prochain sommet. Monsieur le Président, honorables membres, le 7 septembre 2022, j'ai reçu, par l'intermédiaire de l'ambassade d'Afrique du Sud à Bruxelles, une lettre du directeur général du département des relations internationales et de la coopération d'Afrique du Sud, m'informant que la République d'Afrique du Sud a décidé de se retirer de l'OACP. Lors d'une réunion ultérieure avec l'ambassadeur de l'Afrique du Sud auprès de l'Union européenne, le lundi 12 septembre 2022, j'ai été informé que la décision de retrait de l'Afrique du Sud est avec effet immédiat. Le comité des ambassadeurs de l'OACP a décidé d'un plan pour dialoguer à tous les niveaux avec l'Afrique du Sud et ces efforts sont en cours. Cependant, nous devons accepter la décision souveraine de l'Afrique du Sud et nous, en tant qu'organisation, devons y réfléchir et continuer à poursuivre nos objectifs dans le meilleur intérêt des membres. Monsieur le Président, honorables membres, permettez-moi de réitérer une fois de plus mon engagement à veiller à ce que cette Assemblée réponde à ses aspirations, comme le prévoit l'accord de Georgetown révisé. Le secrétariat de l'OCP continuera à soutenir les approches innovantes qui positionnent l'OACP comme l'une des principales voies du multilatéralisme et un acteur mondial respecté. En conclusion, je voudrais vous souhaiter des délibérations fructueuses lors de cette 61e session de l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OACP. Je suis sûr que vos réflexions, honorables membres, contribueront grandement au renforcement de la solidarité et de l'unité de l'OACP. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General, for delivering the statement of the Secretary General to this Assembly. Noting, of course, that the Secretary General is not with us, I still want to open the floor and ask if there are any members who may want to make any statement at this time with regards to the Secretary General's statement that we just heard. I see Sierra Leone, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Secretary General of the OACP, thank you very much for preparing such a briefing for the Assembly. We hope and pray that we will live up to the expectations as members of Parliament in this deliberation. But it's good you highlighted issues that are affecting us greatly. But first, let me say thanks for giving us a general overview for our contributions. For my country, we last received invoice since 2001 and 2021. We are yet to receive invoice for 2022. We have made payments so far. And if we don't do our payment, as you said, we cannot take a strong parliamentary dimension as ACP. And the business of the OACP, we are in cooperation with our European counterparts. We are not underdogs. As I said in our earlier submission in Strasbourg and Brussels, other places, we can only be meaningful if you make your contributions. We can only challenge them if we make our contribution and make our secretariat a viable one. And we can only make our place in the OACP as a cooperating body to the European counterpart if we make our contributions. So the surviving lifeblood of this organization hinges on our subscription. Whatever little we can pay means a lot to the secretariat. So under the constraint we are now, the COVID and other issues that are coming beyond our control, we have been able to put all of this together to make this program a success through the few contributions. I'm happy you raised the issues of Ukraine. You have raised the issue of global, of climate change. The issue of Ukraine, for me, I'm coming from a war, I've seen the bitter part of the war. If you Google, if you search about Sierra Leone, we have the worst human rights violations, abuses, atrocities in the civil war for a decade. So I cannot talk about war. I don't like to hear about war. I don't want to see anyone. So when there is war, what you yearn for is peace. However small we are as a nation, the best we can move forward is to how best the OACP can come together, that we need peace in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. Nobody's supporting a vision. Let us know you, Ukraine, because we are the recipients of what is happening today. Nations are suffering from inflation. Some states, some nations, they have declared to call stag inflation. And they are suffering because their joblessness, economic situation is hitting them hard. So the business of Ukraine has really interfered with the supply chain systems we have. And Africa, those who are, their staple food is wheat, they are suffering hugely because they block the Black Sea. And Ukraine and Russia, whatever way you can look at it, they are contributing immensely to the supply of wheat in the world. So for us as ACP, OACP member states, we'll just take a step to talk to our European counterparts. There's a time for us to start talking about peace between Ukraine and Russia. There is going to be no winner in that war. We are suffering from that war. And OPEC is playing politics with the oil prices. And those who cannot produce, like African countries, like Sierra Leone, we are suffering for high prices in oil. So for us, the best approach we can take for Ukraine, Mr. Secretary General just said, let us yearn for peace as ACP member states. The other one you mentioned about climate change. I saw the presenter in one of the meeting rooms. Mr. President, what I've endured and what I've benefited a lot. I told them the last time that if I have to write thesis on climate change, I present the best thesis because I have listened to presenters of climate change or for climate change. Are we sincere, Mr. President, discussing this issue, Secretary General? We are suffering, we members in the ACP countries. Islands are disappearing. Go to the Pacific. We are being affected in West Africa by excessive flooding. So many things are happening. But the bigger guys are really interfering with the climate change. They are doing most of the destruction. They are talking about 2030. But here they are allocating resources to non-governmental organizations to talk about climate change. What about talking about workshop presentations? We need actions now. We need strong action. Only robust actions will ensure that we become my countries within the first 4 countries suffering from climate change. That's why they predicted. Why I told them that God is great. They predicted that Africa will suffer from this corona. There will be death. But today, when you check the statistics, Africa, we have lesser death in terms of corona. So we are still saying, in as much as they have the resources, we are saying you have caused the climate to be as it is today. Creation is one. So let them be sincere and be generous to fight this cause as a cause that we need to change the situation of climate change. You are right to mention it, but we can talk about it more when we meet our counterpart because we want to talk when they hear us. We are talking to ourselves who are suffering more because we are less polluted in our environment, but we are paying the high cost of it. So I told the presenter, the best we can do, they are talking about ICJ, the International Court of Justice. Mr. President, interested to note that some of them, they are not signatories to this court, but are the great polluters of our environment, of our art. So, Mr. President, please, when we are discussing them, in your bureaus, in whatever meeting you are going to take, tell them sincerity can solve this problem. We can only progress if we are sincere in the presentation we are making. It's not money making business. Islands are disappearing. States are going down slowly. We have Banana Island in Sierra Leone is going down. So, I mean, it's so much or not. I don't want to take the floor for too long, but I thank you very much for your presentations. These topics are very intriguing and we discuss them. But tell our European counterparts, we are not underdogs, we are cooperating. The reason why you are seeing people are asking questions about the Malawi motion is because we want to make our position felt. Because we want to take strong parliamentary dimensions. Mr. Secretary General, keep your secretariat strong. When we send documents to you, let us see a document making inward into the bigger picture. So we can make our presentation, we can make our points clear. So it can be cooperation. The OACP countries with that of the EU. Thank you very much for your good work here at the Secretariat, and we continue to collaborate, continue to make our point. May Lord bless us all.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone, for your support, and thank you for underlying the need for commitment from our own membership towards our organization. Very much appreciated. I now give the floor to Mali.
Oui. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je suis de cette Assemblée, ça fait bientôt 30 ans. mais le secrétaire général ne s'est jamais absenté. Donc, je voudrais savoir qu'est-ce qui se passe. Est-ce que le secrétaire général est-il malade? A-t-il des problèmes? Il faudrait que nous soyons informés de la situation de notre secrétaire général, parce qu'il ne s'est jamais absenté de cette réunion. Donc, le fait qu'il ne soit pas là aujourd'hui nous étonne beaucoup. Et nous voulons avoir des informations concernant l'absence du secrétaire général. Monsieur le Président, vous nous avez fait, le co-secrétaire général nous a donné une très mauvaise information. Moi, je ne veux pas parler des histoires de guerre de l'Ukraine, parce que nous, ici, nous ne pouvons rien contre la guerre de l'Ukraine. Ce n'est pas nous qui avons provoqué la guerre de l'Ukraine, c'est la Russie et l'Ukraine qui se sont mis à se bagarrer. Les Européens ont tout fait pour que cette guerre n'ait pas lieu. Les États-Unis ont tout fait pour que cette guerre n'ait pas lieu. Elle a eu lieu et nous sommes obligés tous, autant que nous sommes, et nous, et les Européens, et les États-Unis, nous sommes tous obligés de subir les conséquences. Si nous pouvons apporter quelque chose pour que ce problème soit réglé, eh bien, nos chefs d'État, le président de la CEDEAO, le président de l'Union africaine, les présidents de nos différentes organisations sont en train de tout faire pour amener la Russie et l'Ukraine à négocier. Monsieur le Président, le sous-secrétaire général nous a informé que l'Afrique du Sud s'est retirée de notre organisation, l'OACP. Je pense que nous ne devons pas laisser ça passer comme ça. Nous devons demander à nos collègues de l'Afrique australe qui sont dans cette salle de s'organiser en délégation pour aller en Afrique du Sud et voir avec le président de l'Afrique du Sud, avec le président du Parlement de l'Afrique du Sud, pour faire en sorte que le président de l'Afrique du Sud revienne dans notre OACP. Parce que l'absence de l'Afrique du Sud, eh bien, est grave pour notre organisation. L'Afrique du Sud est un grand pays de notre continent. Donc, il ne faudrait pas qu'on accepte vraiment que l'Afrique du Sud soit absente au niveau de l'OACP. Parce que l'Afrique du Sud a toujours fait de très bonnes contributions au niveau de cette réunion-là. Donc, je suggère vraiment que les camarades de l'Afrique australe se mettent en branle, s'organisent pour aller en Afrique du Sud, pour voir comment l'Afrique du Sud peut rejoindre les rangs au niveau de l'OACP. Monsieur le Président, je me réjouis du sommet des chefs d'État qui va avoir lieu en Angola. Je ne sais pas si des parlementaires vont y participer ou pas, mais habituellement, les parlementaires ne participent jamais au sommet des chefs d'État. En tout cas, si pour la première fois les parlementaires participent à ce sommet des chefs d'État, ce ne serait pas une mauvaise chose. Le sous-secrétaire général a parlé des juridictions non coopératives. Je voudrais comprendre ça. Parce que ça veut dire qu'il y a certains pays parmi nous ici qui vont être sanctionnés demain par l'Union européenne. Donc, je voudrais savoir quelles sont les juridictions non coopératives. Est-ce qu'il y a une liste de juridictions non coopératives qu'il peut nous fournir? Parce que c'est des gens qui sont sur la sellette des membres de l'Union européenne. Donc, je voudrais vraiment avoir la liste de ces juridictions non coopératives. En ce qui concerne les questions financières, je souhaite que tous les délégués qui sont là aient la liste de la situation financière au niveau de tous les pays membres de l'OACP, afin de nous permettre de pousser nos ministres des Affaires étrangères, en tout cas pour ceux qui n'ont pas payé, pour qu'ils puissent payer le plus rapidement possible cette cotisation parce qu'elle permet au secrétariat de fonctionner. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mali. Proposal for the group to go and see South Africa ahead of the legislature is noted. Thank you very much again for your contributions. Well noted. I would now like to give the floor to Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, l'un des points que la Côte d'Ivoire souhaiterait soulever aussi, c'était la question de l'Afrique du Sud. C'est bien d'intervenir auprès de l'Afrique du Sud pour qu'elle revienne dans notre organisation. Mais, Monsieur le Président, on ne nous a pas expliqué les raisons profondes qui ont fait que l'Afrique du Sud s'est retirée de cette organisation. Donc, il serait bien d'éclairer l'Assemblée sur les raisons profondes qui ont amené l'Afrique du Sud à prendre une telle décision. En tout état de cause, il est important pour nous de mettre toute la diplomatie en branle afin que l'Afrique du Sud reste dans notre organisation, puisque nous voulons une organisation forte face à nos partenaires européens. Monsieur le Président, il a été question de la guerre de l'Ukraine. C'est bien, la guerre n'est pas une bonne chose. Il faut tout mettre en œuvre pour que cette guerre puisse prendre fin sans pour autant prendre parti pour l'un ou l'autre des camps. Mais, Monsieur le Président, nous-mêmes, nous sommes en guerre, nous, en Afrique. Vous avez suivi l'actualité récente concernant la Côte d'Ivoire et le Ghana qui ont boycotté la réunion sur le cacao. C'est une forme de guerre que nous subissons, nous, en tant que producteurs de cacao. La Côte d'Ivoire va revenir sur ces sujets dans d'autres séances, mais j'attire déjà l'attention de l'Assemblée sur cette problématique parce que nous avons fait beaucoup de sacrifices. La Côte d'Ivoire et le Ghana produisent 65% du cacao mondial et nous récoltons 6% des revenus de ces produits-là. Ce n'est pas normal, c'est un déséquilibre. Nous allons revenir là-dessus, mais j'attire votre attention que c'est une forme de guerre imposée à nos pays parce qu'à terme, c'est la disparition pure et simple parce que nous allons faire face à des problèmes sociaux ingérables. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Côte d'Ivoire, for your intervention. Well noted, the Secretariat will come back with some of your queries when we get to a response. At this time, I'd like to give the floor now to Ghana. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would want to associate myself with what Honorable Asharif has said on South Africa, and also to associate myself with my colleague from Côte d'Ivoire on what he has said on cocoa. The price stabilization, Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire had gotten to a level that all negotiations had failed, and to the extent that we had to boycott further meetings that they had called on this cocoa stabilization, international pricing system. On the South African letter that was received on the 7th of September, 2022, that the Secretariat informed this House, I would want to say that we are kept in the dark as to the reasons why South Africa had withdrawn from this August organization. And I will be grateful if the House could be informed on this. And I think we need to do this and need to know the reasoning even before embarking on a journey or negotiations to bring our sister country back into the organization. So if they stated in this letter the reasons why they have boycotted, I think this House must be informed. And if they didn't state that, and however the Secretariat knows why South Africa is withdrawing from this organization, we would be very grateful if they could share with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ghana. We will definitely hear from the Secretariat in terms of your query. At this time, I'd like to give the floor now to Botswana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. And thank you very much, the Secretary General's representative today for that very important communication. You raised various issues. It's not possible for one to deal with all of them. So I'm going to limit myself to the issue of climate change. You did indicate the importance of us showing up at as many important fora as possible. And of course, I believe by implication also employing as many strategies as we can to deal with the issue of climate change. And at this particular meeting, we heard about the Vanuatu Climate Change Initiative. And in responding to the communication in your comments, the Deputy Secretary General, I want to urge and invite this House to take very seriously the proposal that has been shared with us at this meeting about the employment of new strategies. In this particular case, the employment of the ICJ, inviting them to issue an opinion on the issue of climate change and human rights. I think it's an important issue, and I think it's an important strategy. And I would say to my fellow colleagues here that, as has been said, 77 voices is a lot of voices, it's a loud voice. And I would suggest that we actually coalesce around this issue. And on this issue, Mr. President, I think I want to thank and acknowledge the growing number of voices that are joining Vanuatu. Antigua and Barbados, for example, Costa Rica, Sierra Leone, Germany, Mozambique, Liechtenstein, Samoa, among others. And some of them in this room, Uganda, for example. And I think that we can join our brothers to actually increase this, this voice. That I think is very, very important, because moving forward, no country can do it alone, and no strategy can succeed. So, Mr. President, with those words, I want to say, can we go back to our capitals and talk to our own houses, and talk to our own ministers, and talk to everybody who's willing to listen, to say that the future of this world, the future of this globe depends on what we do today, what strategies we actually come up today. On that one, I close there. But let me just talk about very quickly, Mr. President, about South Africa. That I think an exit interview is certainly important. I mean, a decision like that is not taken very lightly. So I'm sure South Africa must have consulted among themselves, must have decided that to exit. So even going back to them, please come back. I don't think they made that easily that you can say come back and it's going to be so easy. But it's important to understand why they left, because that can inform us to know to avoid the errors, if any, that were committed by ourselves, causing them to leave. Alternatively, what interest they found somewhere else, and therefore, what is how does it impact us that they're leaving? What other groupings are they going to join? Will that, and what does it mean for us, for our organization? So I think an exit interview is certainly important for us to understand those issues. With that, Mr. President, I say thank you.
Thank you very much, Botswana. Indeed, joining a chorus of other members here in terms of finding out more about the decision by our friend South Africa. And indeed, with climate change, there's definitely not a silver bullet, but the tools that we're employing are very much welcomed. And indeed, the initiative by Vanuatu is gaining momentum. And indeed, it is useful that we also utilize the tool that we have for ICJ as well. Thank you so much for your contribution. Well noted. I would like to give the floor now to Bahamas. You have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. President, and I would like to thank you for your able management of this meeting today. And also I'd like to thank the representative of the Secretary General for his contribution. I just wanted to actually return to a point by my learned colleague from Mali, and that is the non-compliance tax jurisdiction. I don't think we should skip over this particular matter, in that, as we know, the EU countries tend to financially designate certain countries as vulnerable financial institutions. In other words, blacklisting. One thing that a developing country like the Bahamas and most small island developing states understand is that our GDP is grossly impacted each year by intense climatic storms. These blacklistings or these designations by financial bodies within the EU also are detrimental to our country's economic growth. So I don't think that we should just pass over it casually. I think that it should also be listed on the agenda for the Economic Development, Finance, and Trade Committee, and also listed on every single committee that engages an EU body or EU body within this sitting. Mr. President, I just would submit that to you so that we do not allow the vulnerable states among us, exceptionally vulnerable states among us, who not only compete with vulnerable economies, but also catastrophic annual climatic occurrences, to just also have our economies impacted as well. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. We hear you. Well noted that we should never leave this issue slide. I now give the floor at this time to Mauritius. Mauritius, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me at the outset congratulate the Secretary General and his representative, Mr. Richard, for delivering the speech. And I assure you of the full cooperation of our delegation from Mauritius, of a full support to everything that we have to do for our ACP countries. Mr. President, what a watershed moment in human history when mankind is facing interlocking challenges which threaten peace, increase level of poverty, and are likely to considerably delay the achievement of our SDGs. And at this particular session, I think when I want to see what was in the Assembly of the United Nations, solution through solidarity, sustainability, and science was a very transformative solution to address them. When we talk about multilateralism, we continue to be under threat, yet there's no other body or entity more representative and likely like our ACP cooperation to strengthen and see how we can go forward to help each of our member states before we go to discuss with our partners. After the last 3 years we have been reeling through the pandemic, Mr. President, we were hoping that the availability of vaccine against COVID would stop bleeding our economy and that would return to normalcy. Instead, the situation has worsened, and many people have mentioned it. The President has mentioned it. The Secretary General has mentioned it in his speech, due to the conflict in Europe, and which is having far and wide ramification around the world. Conflicts and political instability have led to more crises, and human tragedy of war have worsened. Mr. President, there is uncertainties as to when and how the conflict will end, but what is clear is that the massive influx of funds needed for recovery and reconstruction will necessarily draw from the much needed assistance to many of our ACP countries seeking to recover from the COVID. My colleague, Honorable Matthew, has mentioned how we are suffering. Even we, small island development state, we are suffering with the freight costs. We are not producers or many things, we are heavy importers. But each member who are here had the opportunity to produce, and we can collaborate together. While we are still confronting with this uneven recovery of the global economy, the pandemic recovery gap between countries is widening and creating economic and social reverberation around the globe, injecting more uncertainty into a global market. A colleague from Côte d'Ivoire mentioned about cacao being the Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana being producing more than 75% of the cacao that is being sent to Europe. I reiterate my plea and to all my colleagues here that we need to see how we can collaborate, because in this moment of war, we can see there's opportunity. We don't see it at only the bad side. Let's take it positively and see how we can leverage, because Ukraine and Russia both are very heavy producers, one of fertilizer and one of animal food, and we can say also about maize and about cereals. And who are the one who consume the most of cereal is us in the African continent, Pacific and Caribbean. We are mostly of the, but I think we can even negotiate on this. Mr. President, I am making an urgent appeal to all our members here, because when we talk about climate change, we have talked about the war in Ukraine. When it concerns European countries, they are more concerned and they want to bring us together. But when it concerns African countries, for example, the decolonization of Mauritius, we can't see that justice is being done. So, Mr. President, I'm making an urgent appeal to all players and all the international community as a whole to work toward the cessation of hostilities and seek to resolve difference for peaceful means, like have been said by the Secretary General. And I think we have the opportunity as ACP countries, as a good organization, though we are discussing about the post-Cotonou, we still have the power to change and to contribute toward making the world better and all our African and Caribbean states better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mauritius, for your intervention. Well noted, and thank you for your support of the continued work of the Secretariat. And I'll give the floor at this time to Guinea. Guinea, you have the floor, and we would like to ask if you could be succinct in your presentations. We have a few still colleagues looking to take the floor as well. Thank you, Guinea, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais m'inscrire sur l'élan de mes prédécesseurs pour saluer le discours du secrétaire général, lu ici par le sous-secrétaire Dr Ibrahim. Je voudrais dire que ce discours nous donne des orientations, en ce sens qu'il évoque les questions existentielles, à savoir le financement du secrétariat. Et je me réjouis de savoir que ce point retient l'attention du secrétaire général. Hier, à réunion du bureau, nous en avons discuté. Si véritablement nous voulons pérenniser notre action et nous inscrire dans l'avenir, il faudrait vraiment régler cette question de financement du secrétariat. C'est extrêmement important pour qu'on se fasse respecter. Et donc, pour cela, il y a eu beaucoup d'eau qui ont coulé sous le pont. Je pense qu'il y a des transitions, il y avait des assemblées sous le coup des régimes passés. Il faut nous donner la situation pour qu'on puisse savoir également quelle est la position que la Guinée et les autres pays en transition, comme l'a dit mon frère du Mali, pour qu'on puisse vraiment être en règle vis-à-vis des questions de financement. Et le secrétariat constitue la cheville ouvrière de notre action. En ce sens, aujourd'hui, il est important qu'on se dote d'une véritable stratégie basée sur des orientations objectivement vérifiables, avec des indicateurs vérifiables par an. Il faut avoir une véritable vision pour notre organisation et qu'à chaque assemblée, qu'on fasse une évaluation et savoir si nous avons progressé ou pas. C'est extrêmement important. Et je voudrais, Monsieur le Président, si vous permettez, terminer par un point qui retient mon attention. C'est la participation du secrétariat à la COP27 organisée par l'Égypte. Je pense que la Guinée également, nous avons un intérêt particulier à participer à cette rencontre. Nous allons envoyer une délégation. Et c'est là où, normalement, nous devons travailler à l'interconnexion avec les autres organisations sœurs. à savoir l'UIP, l'Union interparlementaire. Nous avons évoqué la question hier pour une question de vision globale et aussi de la visibilité de notre organisation. Il est important de créer des connexions avec ces organisations sœurs. Donc, Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie de l'opportunité que vous m'avez donnée pour relever ces quelques points. Donc, c'est ce que je voulais partager avec l'Assemblée. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Guinea, for your intervention. Very, very welcomed in terms of the commitment that we need to show to our organization in terms of our contributions. Very, very useful. And of course, the opportunities that we have to enhance synergies with other entities as well, like the IPU at the COP, possibility for us to collaborate perhaps on the sidelines there to raise the visibility of this, our August organization and this particular body there as well. Very much welcome. Thank you for that. And I'll give the floor to Togo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je serai brève. Je voudrais avant tout féliciter également le secrétariat général pour les efforts en vue d'améliorer le fonctionnement de notre organisation. Les précédents intervenants ont pris en compte mes préoccupations, et notamment concernant la question financière, où je voudrais préciser que notre souveraineté dépend de notre autonomie financière. Et je voudrais également relever que c'est bien de parler de la guerre Russie-Ukraine, mais faire remarquer que bien de nos pays aujourd'hui sont confrontés au terrorisme et à l'extrémisme violent et que nous devons également travailler à renforcer les différents mécanismes de solidarité existants et entre nos pays ACP. C'est très important. Et pour finir, nous voudrions également savoir les raisons du retrait de l'Afrique du Sud. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Togo, for your intervention. Well noted. Indeed, it is important for us to also look at ourselves and the issues we face within our own countries and region. And now give the floor at this time to Central African Republic.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est la première fois que la République centrafricaine prend la parole et je voudrais joindre ma voix à celle de mes prédécesseurs pour remercier le Mozambique pour l'hospitalité qui nous a été réservée et profiter également de l'occasion pour féliciter le présidium qui dirige la séance d'une main de fer. La préoccupation de la délégation centrafricaine a été prise en compte par les collègues du Mali et de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et la préoccupation est de savoir les vraies raisons qui ont poussé l'Afrique du Sud à quitter notre organisation. Aussi, Monsieur le Président, nous savons pertinemment aujourd'hui que la question des luttes contre les changements climatiques est une question qui a le vent en poupe. Et je saisis cette opportunité pour inviter le bureau de notre Assemblée à mener des actions concrètes qui permettront aux parlementaires de s'impliquer davantage dans la mise en œuvre du processus de lutte contre les changements climatiques tout en tenant compte de la trajectoire des financements proposés par les pays, par les pays développés. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Central African Republic, for your intervention. Indeed, there is big room for us as parliamentarians to be involved in the ongoing dialogue on climate change, and we'll continue to look for a space for us to continue to be involved there. Thank you for your intervention. At this time, I'd now like to give the floor to Suriname. Suriname, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have worked very close with representatives of South Africa from 2010. Here in this context, that sometimes little times breaks from me. And thanks to them, we achieved a lot as OACPS. We miss them. All of us miss them. But Mr. President, we as members, we want to have the whole picture. What happened that South Africa took this step? Until now, as one of my colleagues said, I am also in doubt. We want to have all the relevant correspondence from the first moment. Can the Secretariat ASAP, and when I say ASAP, I mean today electronically, send us the information, Mr. President? Because what happened with all the correspondence and what did we do? That is one. But before a country, I assume, they put this in letter, their intentions even, etc. There must be signals that they would take in such a direction, such kind of steps. And I'm asking very urgent for these relevant documents to get a picture and not to force on a negative way. Don't get me wrong. We will have a meeting in our Caribbean group. And I'm sure that our coordinator of Barbados will look also positive on this. That we ask the President, ask all our colleagues, before leaving, to have an extra meeting with a full picture before sending a group, a delegate to South Africa. Because I cannot understand why South Africa took this step. There must be more reasons behind this. And that is important, Mr. President, because maybe those reasons can be relevant for other countries. We don't know. We have to look more serious and in-depth on this matter, Mr. President. I'll be short. I hope that this point mine is very clear, and I hope you will adopt it and my colleagues will adopt it. Another point I would like to raise is the initiative of Vanuatu. This morning, I had a communication with the representative of Vanuatu and Suriname. And I think my coordinator, Barbados, will also look very positive on this, how to join forces. We see this step as a very positive step and is very relevant, Mr. President. I thank you for your attention. And once again, I stress to have the full picture of South Africa. And I hope may be relevant, but from my point of view, even if we have to come 7 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning, we need to have an extra meeting on this very important issue. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Suriname, for that proposal of some emergency urgent meeting on this issue of South Africa. Very well noted, and also for your support for the initiative for Vanuatu. At this time, I would now like to give the floor to Gabon. Gabon, you have the floor.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, j'avais une situation protocolaire à régler avec... Monsieur le Président, le retrait de l'Afrique du Sud nous surprend. Cette sortie de notre plateforme stratégique de coopération internationale est bien dommageable à plus d'un titre. Et à ce sujet, le Gabon nourrit l'espoir de voir ce grand pays de notre continent reconsidérer sa position, qui peut avoir des conséquences financières néfastes pour notre organisation. C'est pour ça que nous insistons et nous soutenons l'initiative que le bureau, à travers son président, qui conseille aux collègues de la sous-région Afrique australe de pouvoir mener une démarche afin de comprendre les raisons qui ont poussé l'Afrique du Sud à se retirer. Et pour le Gabon, nous pensons aussi qu'au niveau du secrétariat général, il y a des procédures de retrait et que la procédure, à notre avis, de retrait n'a pas encore abouti puisque cette procédure n'est pas respectée. C'était notre point de vue sur le retrait de l'Afrique du Sud. Nous voudrions aussi demander des éclaircissements, Monsieur le Président, sur la situation du nouvel accord. Nous constatons que la signature de notre nouvel accord est retardée malgré les efforts de préparation et de négociation déployés depuis bientôt 2 ans. Ce retard n'est pas sans conséquence, car nos États attendent beaucoup du nouvel instrument et des perspectives qu'il nous ouvre. Pouvez-vous nous en dire davantage sur ce retard causé par l'Union européenne? Aussi bien, je voudrais terminer pour dire que j'ai été bel et bien présent à Strasbourg, où j'ai pris la parole, et en page 8 du compte-rendu, mon nom a été mal écrit. Je voudrais que ces corrections soient portées, s'il vous plaît. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Well noted on the need for correction, and thank you for your kind intervention about the need, again, to find out about South Africa's planned exit. And now I'll give the floor at this time to Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the same issue of South Africa, our concern on the deliberations that we hear from our members, case example, the Honorable Delegate Suleiman, this issue of South Africa is an issue that from our position should be given immediate response. The fact that the Secretariat is on table with you, and we believe that this information, they have it. And so without wasting much time, we should be given immediate response, immediate touch up, and more details on it. For example, the documentation on the paperwork that took place can follow through emails, so that back in our countries we can be able to look and analyze. Because this is one issue that we are looking at, whereby South Africa has exited. But we are also not looking at how, as members, the Secretariat is also ensuring that members are still maintaining. We're having one key issue, yes, of South Africa, but What about also looking at the same not happening to other country and exiting? So this issue we should not keep on setting any other time. We are on the floor on the matter, and the feedback should just be mentioned, should just be given in terms of what really transpired. There are laws and regulations governing entry and exit of each and every member. Where's the paperwork? What really happened? So without just going around having the same issue, discussing the same issue, it's good to understand and to be given an immediate feedback from the Secretariat that this is what really took place, so that we can be able to move from this particular issue, because this might prompt members to start asking questions and to start looking at then why not also do what South Africa did? So to avoid that, can we just like focus on this particular issue? Give us the feedback. You have the feedback, you've been there, you have the information, just relinquish it to us. It seems to be a very sensitive issue, but whatever the case, we will deal with it. We don't have to keep on, again, looking at sending delegate members to deal with it. Can we deal with it in-house first as members? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Kenya. Indeed, we await to hear a response from the Assistant Secretary General on the information he has on this. Thank you for that suggestion to have it in-house as well. Well noted. And I'll give the floor to Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Assistant General Secretary for the report of the Secretary General of our August body. And as identified, I would just like to highlight 1 or 2 points that were being raised. The status of the signing of the new Cotonou Agreement. We'd like to get a sort of immediate feedback from our European counterparts when we meet with them later this week. Secondly, the financial situation as identified by our OACPS. It's a grave concern in going forward. We were notified that 14 members, right, are sort of behind schedule with regards to their finances. And again, I'd like to urge all of us within the room to ensure that we sort of activate when we return to our bases, that we bring this financial situation up to date. Thirdly, Mr. Chairman, Trinidad and Tobago has always been consistent with regards to its humanitarian aspect, with regards to the United Nations. And we again have taken our stance with regards to the Ukraine-Russia war. And we hope that from the OACPS, that whatever input can be put forward, we look forward to, some sort of speedy recovery so that this war can be ended. Fourthly, the AML/CFT listing process by the EU, as was raised by my colleague from Bahamas. We hope that and trust that as we continue along, that some closure can be made with regards to this particular aspect. Because again, some of us in this room are not affected, but we never know what can happen to us today, what can happen to some of us tomorrow. So I think that unified support will be greatly appreciated by all members of this body as we go forward. With regards to South Africa, I know a lot have been said on that, and I trust that any form of beneficial negotiations will be welcomed by this body as we look forward to know the exact reason why our colleagues in South Africa has limited this August body. And finally, with regards to the summit, the heads of government, state and government summit in Angola in December. Again, it's just a thought that we discussed in Trinidad, whereby as parliamentarians, we are not part of that particular summit that will be taking place. But again, you as the president, Mr. Chairman, probably the secretariat could look at the possibility as you as the president at this time for the summit that is doing Angola, having some sort of representation. So again, that you can then come back to us and give us a report of what probably would have transpired. Because as you know, only heads of government and states will be represented at that summit in Angola. So those are just some of the thoughts identified, and we trust that fruitful engagement will pursue And I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President. Thank you, Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Trinidad and Tobago, for your intervention. Your 6 points well noted. And thank you very much for some of the proposals and, that you mentioned there with regards to the Angola meeting later this year. And I'll give the floor to Uganda. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to add my voice to those that have congratulated you for steering this meeting excellently well, and also to appreciate the statement given to us by the Secretary General. President, I would like to dwell on 3 points, three critical points arising from the communication of the Secretary General. First, the issue of South Africa exiting this organization, to us, is a very serious matter, particularly we who come from Africa, because South Africa is a very powerful partner in our region and has maintained Pan-African Parliament in South Africa since 2003. And therefore, we consider South Africa a very, very vital partner, and we must do everything possible to ensure that we understand why South Africa has decided to exit. Maybe all of us can exit, so we must understand why she has decided, and we will have to find out if our big sister, our big brother has gone before us, then it's leaving us to disaster. We must understand that. Therefore, Mr. President, I would propose that there must be a delegation designated by this August House to follow up the issue of South Africa as a matter of urgency. Secondly, on the issue of climate change, we as the disadvantaged countries, particularly from the ACP EU area, and you realize that the third world countries mainly come from sub-Saharan countries. We know that the language has always been that we want to be babysitted. The developed countries want to tell us what to do, want to guide us on how to deal with the disaster of climate change, instead of taking a commitment to mitigate the disasters which has been driven by the development in their countries and has caused the emission. So really, let's change the language. Let's change the language. Let's be vigilant, and let's ensure that the issue of human rights, which has been raised, must be taken seriously by the disadvantaged countries. And finally, on the issue of COVID-19, I'm surprised that many of us who are considered to be poor countries have had very disastrous effects of COVID. And when I talk about disastrous effects, I talk about businesses collapsing, I talk about agricultural production being affected, and these are the core of our economy. Therefore, this is a matter which must be addressed. We need to have a forum to discuss the post-COVID effects in developing countries. In my own country, Mr. President, if I may give you just one or two examples, we have had the effect of young children of 10 or even less years becoming mothers because of the lockdown, because people were shut down, schools were closed, and you find that people took advantage of our little children. Now, the issue of child murders is becoming a pandemic, and the world must take a position. Our organization must take a position on how we are going to address the issue of child murders. I've raised this with the Committee of Social Affairs, and I hope that they will take it up as a matter of urgent importance, because it is affecting the entire Africa, and I'm sure even our brothers from Pacific and Caribbean are facing the same situation. So, Chair, maybe at an appropriate time, we started this meeting and we have proceeded without giving special recognition to our departed leader, who was the former speaker and head of this delegation. I know that it was mentioned before, but it's very important that we are meeting for the first time as a joint group. We should have acknowledged that the leader of this delegation, who was the late Jacob Olanya, the Speaker of Uganda Parliament, played a critical role in making sure that he contributed to critical issues that were raised in this organization, in this forum, and therefore it should have been given a special mention, a special recognition. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Uganda, for your proposals and for your interventions. Well noted. Indeed, I was there at the social committee, and I also heard you made a passionate statement there as well in terms of the child mothers. So that is a big issue that many of us, I'm sure, are also facing. We note also your the issue just raised with regards to the remembrance of the speaker, the late speaker. We had already done that in Strasbourg, but indeed we will come to that when we go through our minutes for that meeting as well. Thank you so very much again for raising it here, and thanks for your intervention. I just wanted to quickly respond to the proposal made by Trinidad and Tobago with regards to the meeting in Angola. I am pleased to announce here and inform you that the host country has invited both myself and Honorable Zorino, the co-president, to attend that meeting as well. And we'll be happy to report back to this body in terms of what happened there through the lens of us parliamentarians as well. So thank you very much once again for that, and that's for your kind information. And I'll give the floor at this time to Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau, you have the floor.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Sr. Presidente, a Guiné-Bissau registra com muita preocupação e surpresa esta retirada da África do Sul. O espírito da nossa organização é de cooperação Sul-Sul, de reforço da cooperação Sul-Sul, mas sobretudo de uma certa solidariedade entre os países da ACP. Portanto, sem querer estar a repetir aquilo que alguns Estados-membros já disseram, nós entendemos ser fundamental que o secretariado da ACP investigue, tente saber quais são as razões de fundo que levaram a África do Sul a partir. E nós, se a nossa cooperação tem como objetivo tornar os nossos países mais fortes, não podemos perder um gigante como a África do Sul. Portanto, queríamos deixar, em primeiro lugar, esta nota de preocupação sobre a retirada da África do Sul. O segundo aspecto que nós entendemos ser importante realçar aqui, Sr. Presidente, é a questão deste novo acordo. Nós, enquanto parlamentares, não estaremos na Conferência dos Chefes de Estado, mas entendemos que este novo acordo é uma oportunidade para virarmos a página. É uma oportunidade para tornarmos os nossos países mais fortes economicamente, para termos a capacidade de negociarmos de igual a igual. E isto só será feito quando nós nos respeitarmos a nós mesmos. Porque somos Estados soberanos. Nas relações internacionais não existem Estados pequenos. Estados são todos soberanos. E é importante esta organização marcar a sua presença para que possamos discutir de igual a igual e que possamos retirar as vantagens de uma cooperação séria, responsável e baseada no mútuo respeito. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, Guinea-Bissau, for your intervention. Well noted indeed. We are all sovereign nations here, and that's a great reminder for us that even at the UN, our vote counts, same as the superpowers. So thank you very much for that reminder. And I'll give the floor to Barbados. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President, for allowing me this intervention. Just wanted to reiterate some of the issues that have already been raised here today. One, I think we need a clear, definitive statement on why the post-Cotonou agreement hasn't been signed as yet. It is being put off, I think now 3 times. And this isn't normally how countries that comprise over half of the world's sovereign states at the United Nations operate. My understanding was that it was one European country that was holding it up on issues of migration, the migration section of the agreement, which I reviewed, in fact, again this morning early. So I really think that before we go in to meet with the Europeans, we need a definitive position on what is the issue here. I mean, when I looked at some summaries in the European Parliament, other European countries themselves seem to be wondering and urging their parliaments, whether they're the European Parliament or the individual parliaments, to sign this agreement. So it was last put off, what, from June this year to June, end of June next year, a whole year. So definitively, I think we are owed an explanation as to what is the outstanding reason right now for this, again, for it being put off by a year. I wish in this forum to reiterate the support for what Vanuatu is doing in terms of trying to get an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the issue of climate change and the failure of the European countries and other developed countries to fulfill what we understood was their obligation to provide development funding and resilience funding on climate change to the countries, many of which are in this assembly, and which they have made more vulnerable to the phenomena of climate change due to their actions in terms of pollution and greenhouse gas effects. But to reiterate as well, my concern that, of course, an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice is not legally binding on any of these countries. And we know that some of these countries are countries that really and truly, without anything to legally bind them, really don't weight moral obligations as highly as we believe they ought to, as responsible countries and sovereign states as we all are. But my third point would be to support an honorable member from Bahamas on the issue of the AML and CFT, which occupied a large portion of our committee meeting on economic development of trade. And I would have thought it would have been an agenda item, substantive agenda item at our meeting with the Europeans next week. A bit surprised that it isn't. I mean, we had a lot of discussion on it in Strasbourg, and we were told that in accordance with the rules, it could not really be discussed then. We subsequently had a meeting in July. We raised it within our committee meeting on Wednesday. there may be space to raise it under two matters with the Europeans, but I would have thought substantively it would have been an issue, and I'm wondering why it isn't a substantive agenda issue. The issue of South Africa, Honorable President, the mood and the consensus of this meeting clearly is that information should be given on South Africa's withdrawal, and I'm therefore assuming that before the meeting is ended, that we will get that information, sir. I think we are all audit. South Africa is not a fly-by-night nation within the international arena. There must have been some issues that it was uncomfortable with. We respect South Africa as certainly one of the two economic and trade powerhouses of our African brothers and continent. And it certainly could not have been that South Africa got up one morning and decided to withdraw from this organization with immediate effect, because I believe that that's what the words which we were informed in the letter said, with immediate effect. And even that is unusual. I mean, normally in international agreements, as we know, you have to give notice of withdrawal, sometimes as far as a year before you withdraw. So I think that you would have got the gist, Honorable President, of this meeting, that word needs to be given during the course of this meeting as to the reasons for South Africa's withdrawal, because you wouldn't want to hear that next week some other countries have withdrawn as well. And my final intervention supports the honorable member from Guinea-Bissau on the issue of equality of this partnership. This is my second attendance at this meeting, and I as well raised that issue on Wednesday, that as far as Barbados is concerned, no matter how small we are and no matter how small our fellow CARICOM countries are, we stand on an equal footing to any country in the world. We may not have the economic power and the military power, the technological largesse that others have, but in forums such as these, and when we meet with the Europeans, United Nations, whatever, there has to be equal partnership. And I would wish, you know, in the run-up to our meetings with the Europeans, that we take that in mind all the time, that they may have been our colonial masters, but those days finished long time. And many of them are in serious decline. The United Kingdom is no longer a member of the EU, but we have seen within the last 6 weeks, 2 months, what is happening in that country in terms of political and economic instability. So I just wanted to keep that in mind, Honorable President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbados, for your intervention. Your proposals, well noted. Indeed, the room is very clear that we need some answers for the South African issue. So we'll definitely get to those as well. But at this time, I'd like to give the floor to Jamaica. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me the chance to say to you how excellently that you have been presiding over the matters in this room today, sir. Mr. President, thank you for giving me the chance to lend my voice and support to the plea of my other brothers, such as Sierra Leone and Mauritius, on the matter of the war in Ukraine. Mr. President, there is an African saying that when two elephants fight, the only thing that suffers is the grass. Mr. President, we, the small island state, we are the grass in this fight. Because Jamaica, for example, is thousands of miles away from the war, yet it affects us immensely in a negative way. Our energy production is at risk because we depend heavily on the oil that comes from OPEC. Mr. President, they have been acting in a monopolization way. And so the increase to us, Mr. President, is giving us heartache. Our food supply is affected. And I can just imagine other countries that are less fortunate than us. Mr. President, in any way that this message can be sent to the other world powers to say to Russia and Ukraine, this war needs to stop. Because if it is not stopped, Mr. President, there are countries that are going to die of hunger. I too want to ask a question that this body, Mr. President, make a submission or have a delegation, sit with South Africa as one of the larger countries in the African region to ask them to find out what is the reason. Because we don't know the reason, Mr. President, but they must have a reason for them to withdraw with immediate effect. And so, Mr. President, maybe after hearing what was the cause, Mr. President, we will be in a position to ask them, to beseech of them, to implore of them not to walk away. Because them walking away, Mr. President, is giving this body a severe blow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. Indeed, a good reminder that many of our economies are very open and exposed to external shocks. And indeed, the Ukraine war is one example of that shock as well. So thank you very much for that reminder. And of course, lending your voice to the issue of South Africa. And I'll give the floor to Eswatini. Eswatini, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the chance to speak. Thank you, Mr. SG, for your remarks. It is indeed an exhaustive account of the activities of the organization. I'd also like, Mr. President, to lend my voice and echo the words of those that have suggested that the Secretariat gives us a full report or account of the activities that led to South Africa deciding to withdraw. Because, Mr. President, what we do not want is for any other member amongst us remaining to copy or to follow suit what South Africa has done. And we remain hopeful that other interventions will cause a rethink for South Africa. We would be happy if South Africa would come back to our organization. Mr. President, I'd also like to acknowledge the speech of the SG in acknowledging and thanking the Republic of Mozambique, the government and the people of Mozambique for hosting us in this beautiful country, Mr. President. We all know very well how expensive it is to host such a big gathering. And it is a huge commitment for the government and the people of Mozambique to bring us, to host us and to give us the level of hospitality that we have thus far experienced. We have seen this level in other African countries and in the Caribbean, Mr. President. But I think those of us that have been here for a while will attest to the fact that the level of hospitality that we receive in the OACP countries is not the level that we get from our partners. And one would at some point wish to encourage our partners to level up to our standard, because indeed you may agree with me, Mr. President, what we're experiencing here in Mozambique is quite excellent, and Mozambique must be applauded for all that it has done to make this meeting a success that it is thus far. And we hope that up to the end of the meeting, we'll still enjoy the beautiful weather in Mozambique and the hospitality of the Mozambican people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Eswatini. Indeed, I can only just echo what you just mentioned in terms of the level of hospitality that we have all received, myself included as a president, your president. Thank you so very much once again to the host for their kind hospitality. Indeed, we'll raise it with our European counterparts. I have doubts that they can match our levels, but we can always raise it with them. Thank you so much once again, Eswatini. We have now heard the last speaker on this particular item. It is now my honor to give the floor back to the Assistant Secretary General to respond to some of the queries that were raised and attempt to clarify some of the issues that we have heard from the floor this morning. Assistant Secretary General, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, tout d'abord, permettez-moi de féliciter, de remercier tous les participants qui ont pris la parole et qui se sont exprimés à la suite de la communication du secrétaire général. Nous prenons bonne note de toutes vos suggestions d'amélioration de notre relation, notamment avec l'Assemblée parlementaire OACP et surtout en ce qui concerne la circulation des informations et en ce qui concerne notre rôle de soutien de tous les organes de l'OACP, y compris l'Assemblée parlementaire OACP. Et sur ce point précis, je tiens à vous assurer que nous sommes toujours disponibles pour vous épauler, pour vous soutenir, pour faire en sorte que nous puissions atteindre nos objectifs. Vous savez, l'Assemblée parlementaire OACP est une institution à part entière maintenant, et en tant que telle, vous avez un rôle à jouer, c'est reconnu par l'accord de Georgetown révisé et par les plus hautes instances de l'OACP. Donc, soyez assurés de notre soutien dans la réalisation de votre mandat, vos mandats respectifs. Cela dit, Monsieur le Président, beaucoup de questions ont été également soulevées et qui méritent pour lesquelles vous attendez tous des réponses. J'ai relevé les causes du départ, les raisons profondes qui ont amené l'Afrique du Sud à quitter l'OACP. Également, les motifs de l'absence du secrétaire général. Des questions ont également été posées sur les juridictions fiscales non coopératives, sur la situation financière du secrétariat, la participation des parlementaires au 10e sommet. Je crois que sur ce point, Monsieur le Président, vous avez déjà donné une réponse, ainsi que sur le retard de la signature de l'accord post-Cotonou. Je vais essayer de répondre d'une manière ramassée à ces différentes questions. Et peut-être, je vais me faire aider aussi par certains de mes collègues pour des questions spécifiques, notamment en ce qui concerne les juridictions fiscales non coopératives. Tout d'abord, concernant les raisons profondes qui ont amené l'Afrique du Sud à se retirer. Je tiens à vous dire, comme la communication du secrétaire général l'a signalé, le secrétaire général a reçu une lettre d'un directeur de la coopération internationale de l'Afrique du Sud. Et dans cette lettre, il est indiqué que l'Afrique du Sud a décidé de se retirer de l'OACP. Et suite à cette lettre, le 12 septembre, le secrétaire général a reçu l'ambassadeur de l'Afrique du Sud auprès de l'Union européenne. Et il a été précisé à cette occasion que le retrait de l'Afrique du Sud a un effet immédiat. Vous savez ce que ça veut dire, un effet immédiat. Ça veut dire que dès la réception de la lettre, l'Afrique du Sud ne s'est plus considérée comme membre de l'OACP. Ça, c'est la signification du terme retrait immédiat. Quelles sont les causes? Dans cette lettre, il est mentionné que l'Afrique du Sud préfère privilégier sa participation à d'autres plateformes de coopération, et notamment l'Union africaine, la SADC et d'autres plateformes. Donc c'est un choix. Je le répète encore, nous respectons ce choix qui relève de la souveraineté de l'Afrique du Sud. À mon sens, cela signifie que l'Afrique du Sud a décidé de redéployer sa politique étrangère, et de ce redéploiement, l'Afrique du Sud estime qu'il doit mettre l'accent sur d'autres plateformes de coopération internationale que l'OACP. Voilà en ce qui concerne les raisons qui ont été évoquées dans la lettre. En plus de ces raisons, on a demandé s'il y avait des signes avant-coureurs. Je dois vous dire que, et sur ce plan-là, vous avez des preuves qu'il n'y avait pas de signes avant-coureurs pour la simple raison que jusqu'avant cette lettre, l'Afrique du Sud a participé en tant que membre de plein droit à toutes les activités de l'OACP, y compris les activités de l'Assemblée parlementaire paritaire. Et pour preuve, l'Afrique du Sud a présidé certaines de vos commissions, je crois. Et même au sein du comité des ambassadeurs, l'Afrique du Sud a présidé certaines de nos sous-comités. Donc, en termes de... Vous avez posé la question, est-ce qu'il y avait des signes avant-coureurs? Il n'y avait pas de signes avant-coureurs. Parce que jusqu'à la dernière minute, l'Afrique du Sud a participé à toutes nos activités. Jusqu'au mois de septembre, au moment où nous avons reçu la lettre du directeur de coopération extérieure de l'Afrique du Sud. Et je le répète encore, la raison qui semble être mentionnée dans cette lettre, c'est le redéploiement de sa coopération avec l'extérieur, de sa politique extérieure. Donc, l'Afrique du Sud voudrait se concentrer sur d'autres plateformes de coopération, y compris, donc, l'Afrique du Sud continue d'avoir ses relations dans le cadre de la coopération Sud-Sud. Donc, il reste engagé dans le cadre de coopération Sud-Sud, mais pas dans le cadre de sa coopération au sein de l'OACP. Voilà les motifs, et nous respectons, je le répète encore, cette décision souveraine de l'Afrique du Sud. Et je salue la décision, vos propositions, mais il vous appartient de décider après sur cette proposition, de faire des démarches encore à votre niveau pour faire revenir l'Afrique du Sud sur cette décision. En tout cas, à notre niveau, nous continuons nos efforts pour que l'Afrique du Sud revienne sur cette décision. Donc, ce que vous allez prendre comme démarche, vous allez faire comme démarche, ça va compléter ce que nous nous faisons déjà. Il y a des recours, il y a des actions en cours dans ce domaine. Donc, voilà, il faut qu'on soit peut-être plus interactif par rapport à nos démarches. C'est tout ce que je peux vous proposer. Et je voudrais peut-être revenir vers Monsieur le Président un peu plus tard s'il y a d'autres informations qui sont arrivées et qui ne sont pas en ma possession en ce moment. Mais telles que les informations telles que je les ai reçues avant mon arrivée ici, avant nos réunions, c'est que l'Afrique du Sud redéploie sa politique étrangère. Voilà. Voilà concernant les raisons qui ont poussé l'Afrique du Sud à se retirer. Maintenant, il y a une question ou deux questions concernant l'absence de Monsieur le secrétaire général. Je remercie le représentant du Mali, l'honorable Assari. Effectivement, il a tout à fait raison. C'est la première fois que le secrétaire général ne soit pas présent. Lui-même, il a préféré être ici parmi vous aujourd'hui, parce que d'après ses interactions avec le pays hôte, il a tenu, c'est d'une importance capitale pour lui, cette rencontre. Mais malheureusement, il a été retenu pour des raisons de consultation dans le cadre de la préparation du sommet. Donc, il est à Luanda et il a des consultations au plus haut niveau. Donc, cela explique, ce n'est pas pour négliger la présence ici, mais il y a une urgence, c'est que le 10e sommet, il va commencer dans à peu près un mois. Et il doit communiquer au plus haut niveau. Et ce sont des engagements qui ne dépendent pas de lui, malheureusement, mais qui dépendent des plus hautes instances angolaises. Donc, sincèrement, il a présenté ses excuses et a tenu à ce que je le représente ici, a tenu à ce que vous sachiez qu'il regrette vraiment son absence aujourd'hui. La situation financière du secrétariat, encore merci de vous inquiéter parce qu'effectivement, elle est inquiétante. 14 pays sont sous sanction et ce que nous pouvons faire peut-être, c'est de communiquer aux représentants de ces 14 pays la situation financière de leurs pays respectifs pour qu'à leur niveau, ils fassent le nécessaire auprès des responsables de l'exécutif qui sont en charge justement de ces paiements. Est-ce que les parlementaires vont participer au 10e sommet? Vous savez, le sommet est réservé aux chefs d'État. Donc, les participants à ce sommet seront des chefs d'État comme dans le passé. Mais on a innové cette fois-ci. Vous serez représenté par le coprésident qui est invité à ce sommet. Et de l'autre côté, le coprésident Zorino également a été invité. Donc voilà ce qui concerne le sommet. Le retard de signature de post-Cotonou, le secrétaire général l'a mentionné dans sa communication. Il est en contact permanent avec la présidence du Conseil de l'Union européenne et celle-ci l'a assuré que cette question est suivie de près. Donc, la situation aujourd'hui, c'est que l'accord de Cotonou a été prolongé jusqu'à fin juin de l'année prochaine. On espère que d'ici là, la partie européenne trouvera une issue à ces difficultés internes, quelqu'un a mentionné ici, il y a un pays qui éprouve des difficultés en ce qui concerne une disposition particulière de cet accord, en l'occurrence celle qui concerne les migrations. Donc, on espère que d'ici là, des solutions seront trouvées à ces difficultés internes, intra-européennes. Maintenant, permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président, de passer la parole à Monsieur Lamien, qui représente le département en charge des questions concernant les juridictions fiscales non coopératives et la lutte contre le blanchiment d'argent, dont la politique européenne sur cette question impacte beaucoup nos États membres. Et on a déjà fait beaucoup de choses dans ce domaine, mais pour plus de détails, permettez-moi de donner la parole à M. Lamien pour répondre aux préoccupations qui ont été soulevées ici.
Merci, Monsieur le sous-secrétaire général. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je voudrais donc intervenir, comme cela a été demandé, sur la question des juridictions fiscales non coopératives et aussi sur la question de la lutte contre le blanchiment des capitaux et le financement du terrorisme. Je crois savoir que le délégué du Mali qui a posé cette question voulait savoir s'il existe des listes. Oui, il existe des listes. Ces listes ont été établies maintenant depuis un certain nombre d'années et ces listes évoluent et sont revues périodiquement. À la date d'aujourd'hui, si l'on prend la liste des pays et territoires non coopératifs à des fins fiscales, nous avons au total aujourd'hui 12 pays qui sont sur la liste et sur les 12 pays, 6 sont membres de l'organisation des États d'Afrique, Caraïbes du Pacifique. Lorsqu'on considère la liste concernant le blanchiment des capitaux et le financement du terrorisme, à ce jour, il y a au total 23 pays et sur les 23 pays, 10 sont des pays de l'OACP. Donc, vous voyez que une bonne partie, je dirais la majorité des États sur ces listes de l'Union européenne sont des pays membres de notre organisation. Et alors, je ne parlerai pas en tant que tel de sanctions, mais les conséquences, l'impact est très dommageable. Et cela a été rappelé par les pays qui sont affectés. Les conséquences non seulement touchent l'image du pays, mais aussi et surtout sur le développement économique de ces pays. Comme cela a été dit, ça impacte fortement la question de la mobilisation des ressources, la question des exportations, la question des transferts d'argent et même que, de façon pratique, certaines ambassades membres de pays membres de l'organisation ont vu leurs comptes bancaires fermés en raison de l'application des conséquences de ces listes-là. Donc, c'est quelque chose d'extrêmement grave. Mais je voudrais ici, avant de terminer, dire que ceux qui sont sur la liste, nous avons vu l'évolution de la liste depuis le début et je peux vous dire que ce n'est plus une question de quelques pays ou des pays qui sont sur la liste. Tout pays membre peut se retrouver sur cette liste à la prochaine révision ou dans les jours à venir. Et donc, c'est un problème extrêmement grave qui concerne tout le groupe et cela a été rappelé. Et c'est un peu, cette question fait l'objet du rapport dans la Commission du développement économique, des finances et du commerce qui a été débattu lors de la réunion de cette commission. Les débats vont se poursuivre à la réunion conjointe le 30. Je pense que c'est une plateforme importante pour les pays membres d'être en l'unité et de faire bloc pour pouvoir, dans les discussions qui auront lieu. Par la suite, une résolution sera votée à la prochaine session et les amendements vont être ouverts. Et je crois que c'est vraiment le lieu ici de rappeler l'importance de formuler les amendements qui vont justement traduire les préoccupations que nous voulons dans la résolution afin de l'influer, de l'influencer pour prendre en compte les points de vue de l'organisation et des pays membres. Voilà, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, en quelques lignes, les réponses qu'on peut donner, mais je reste à disposition pour plus de détails sur ces questions. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General and the Secretariat for your responses and in addressing some of the issues that were raised from the floor today and this morning. Thank you very much for that. I trust that it gives you at least the basis in terms of some of the understandings behind some of the decisions that we may have to make moving forward as well, and just the situation at hand in terms of the South African situation in particular. So thank you very much for that. I would like at this time to actually move forward in our agenda and move on towards making some more ground in terms of the agenda. We are slightly behind in terms of our timing, but I appreciate very much the rich exchanges that you have contributed towards this particular agenda item. It has been very fruitful. There has been very concrete proposals that were made by a number of delegates as well. And these have all been noted down and taken notice of. We will be returning to some of the issues as we move along as well in the agenda. They'll be coming back in our agenda again today. So we will revisit some of those, including perhaps some of the actions we might need to take concretely to address some of these issues moving forward. So thank you very much for your kind cooperation and support and your active participation in that particular agenda item. Let us move on at this time now to agenda item 5, which is approval of the draft summary record for the 60th session of the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly. The summary record for the 60th session at this time, I recognize Mauritius.
I just wanted to see that point 5 in page 1, that meeting was informed of following members attending this physical meeting for the first time. I was among the first. It was my first time in Strasbourg. My name is not mentioned there. It's a correction, that's
Thank you very much, Mauritius. Well noted. We will be going page by page on this. So I would invite comments to come in as we move along in that process. We definitely know that there will be similar issues raised throughout the document, but I would ask that we bring up these issues once we get to the page that is relevant. Thank you very much. Let us move forward then. We will be going through it page by page, and the number once again is ACP/23/061/22. And as mentioned, you should have copies of that before you. Let us move through the document page by page. At this time now, I would like to move to page 1. If there are comments here on page 1. We have noted already the comments by Mauritius here, and we will do the amendments accordingly to the document. Any other colleagues? We have Seychelles. Seychelles, you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We also have Honorable Churchill Gill, who attended the first time. He's next to me now. His name doesn't appear. Could be included as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Seychelles. Well noted. We'll do the amendments. Can we now move to page 2? page 2 of the summary, we have Zimbabwe. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, it's a question of correction. Bullet point number 4. The name of the senator from Zimbabwe who attended for the first time is Elias Mudzuri, not Munzuri. So correction of the name of the senator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And apologies there. We will correct the spelling. Thank you. Well noted. We have also Guinea-Bissau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like just to ask you to correct my name. Vieira is V-I-E-I-R-A. The way it is not correct. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Well noted. Will be corrected. We have Botswana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, page 1 or page 2 doesn't matter, but Unity Dow's name is not reflected as a first attendance physically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Botswana, for that. We can discuss. I think we had welcomed her earlier in an online kind of a meeting that we had. So I think that was that particular situation with Honorable Unity.
My apologies. I think we were confused by physical meeting, as if the first physical meeting of the members, as opposed to the first meeting of the members. My apologies, but thank you.
No, thank you. I think with that understanding, we will ensure that she's also reflected here, despite us already welcoming her virtually. But thank you for that. And I'll give the floor to Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had attended this meeting with my colleague here, Honorable Bernard Ehiafo, and his name doesn't appear in any of the documentations, if the Secretariat can take note. My name is Kwame Enyimedu Entry, and the surname is Enyimedu Entry. It's a double barrel name. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well noted on those two needs for amendments. And I'll give the floor to Bahamas. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Similar page, well, same page. Page 1, my colleague is Leslia, L-E-S-L-I-A, Bryce, it's female. So just that one correction.
Thank you very much, Bahamas. Well noted the correction for the spelling. I don't see anyone asking for the floor at this time for page 1 and 2. Can we move on to page 3? Honorable colleagues, we're now on page 3. I don't see any particular hands for the floor, but at this time, I just wanted to just mention here for the Honorable, for Uganda, that we had this as well in terms of the recognition of the passing of the Speaker of the Republic of Uganda there as well. And indeed, we definitely want to acknowledge again here that particular passing of a great leader for Uganda and indeed the ACP family. So thank you very much for that, raising that. I hope that that is reflected also here in this meeting, that we had also acknowledged that here. Thank you very much. And I'll give the floor to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I think it would be remiss of me as the representative from Trinidad and Tobago, not to just make a brief comment on the Honorable Jacob, right? Being from Uganda, you know that after tea comes you. So we sat at many of these JPAs side by side. We would have communicated, corresponded, and even when we went back to our separate homes, you know, with WhatsApp, we were in communication, and, you know, to come to this session today to know that, you know, he has passed, you know, I'm saddened. In order to know that, I've extended condolences to the present Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure that, you know, he will extend it to his family back home. So at this time, I'd just like to say thank you for knowing him, and yes, he was indeed a good gentleman, Honorable Jacob. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Trinidad and Tobago, for that kind sentiment. Indeed, much appreciated, and it'll be reflected as well for our meeting here. Mauritius, you have the floor.
President, you did also post a message of sympathy to Mauritius for the late Sir Anirudh Jagannath, former president and former prime minister. I remember you, but it's not in them.
Thank you very much for that reminder. We will have it recorded as well in the summary.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's move on now to page 4. Page 4, are there any comments? Otherwise, let's move on to page 5. Of the summary. I don't see Bahamas. Are you asking for the? I don't see any. Let's go to page 6 of the summary. Colleagues, we're now on page 6. Thank you. Page 7. Thank you very much. Colleagues, let's move to page 8. Page 9. Thank you. We'll move to page 10. Honorable colleagues, we're now page 10 of the summary. Page 11. Thank you. Let's move to page 12. Page 13. Thank you very much. We have reached the end of the summary. Let us adopt the summary as with amendments. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, for that. We will move on to our next agenda item, number 6, which is the exchange of views and reports of the committee meetings. I will now call on the chairs of the respective standing committees to make their brief presentation on their committee's activities. We will then hold an exchange of views on the issues raised. I will first give the floor to Honorable Asari Imbarkuwan of Mali. Apologies if I did not pronounce your name well. The second vice chair of the Committee on Political Affairs who chaired the meeting. It is my honor to give you the floor at this time, Mali.
Président, je suis premier vice-président du comité. Hein. Je ne suis pas deuxième vice-président. Je crois, hein? Joline, c'est ça? Premier vice-président, je ne suis pas deuxième vice-président. Merci beaucoup. Donc, je présente rapidement mon rapport. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Les membres de la Commission des affaires politiques de l'OACP ont tenu leur réunion mercredi 26 octobre 2022. J'ai présidé cette réunion en ma qualité de vice-président. La réunion était une session spéciale de la Commission des affaires politiques qui s'est tenue pour examiner des questions d'intérêt de l'OACP, notamment les développements politiques de nos États et régions. J'ai fait une déclaration axée sur des questions liées, clés et les débats en marge de l'Assemblée parlementaire paritaire. La réunion a permis un échange de vues sur les sujets suivants: le renforcement de la coopération en matière de sécurité maritime et la promotion de l'état de droit sur les océans et la situation politique dans les États membres de l'OACP. Échange de vues sur le renforcement de la coopération dans les domaines de la sécurité maritime et la promotion de l'état des droits dans les océans. La discussion sur ce sujet a été facilitée par Madame Boss Unity, co-rapporteur de l'OACP pour la République du Kenya. Dans sa présentation, elle a indiqué que les perspectives et les aspirations actuelles du domaine maritime font face à des menaces de sécurité traditionnelles
Sorry, I think we had a technical issue. Can the Honorable
Non, c'est
Malis
bon.
try again? Thank you.
Voilà, merci. Il a été observé que plus de 3 milliards de personnes, dont la plupart vivent dans les pays en développement, dépendent des océans et des mers pour leur vie sociale et culturelle quotidienne et pour leurs moyens de subsistance. Pour conserver les avantages de l'océan pour nos économies, nos moyens de subsistance et nos bien-être, il importe de mobiliser une action urgente et soutenue si nous voulons sauver l'océan de notre monde des pressions exogènes croissantes. La sécurité maritime est menacée à un niveau alarmant, qu'il s'agisse des défis autour des frontières contestées et des routes de navigation non conformes aux droits déclarés et non réglementés, les attaques armées et les crimes en mer tels que piraterie, les vols et les actes terroristes sont ainsi que l'utilisation des mines à billes et des drones. La réunion a été informée des résultats de la 7e réunion des ministres de l'OACP chargés de la pêche et de l'aquaculture qui s'est tenue en avril de cette année au Ghana. Cette réunion a fourni les actions et les solutions politiques concrètes et habilitantes pour soutenir le développement du secteur de la pêche prospère, résilient et durable, y compris l'amélioration du secteur de la pêche à petite échelle, de la lutte contre la pêche illégale, non déclarée et non réglementée, et le renforcement des chaînes de valeur durable et inclusive de la pêche et de l'aquaculture. Les ministres ont adopté le plan stratégique de l'OACP pour la pêche et l'aquaculture 2030, qui est une voie de transformation pour guider les actions de l'OACP afin de promouvoir l'utilisation durable de la productivité et la résilience de l'océan et de ses écosystèmes. La mise en œuvre du plan stratégique est un engagement concret et une promesse de l'OACP de mettre en œuvre efficacement les engagements pris dans le cadre de l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable, en particulier ODD 14 concernant la vie sous l'eau. Il a été observé qu'au cours des 2 dernières années, lorsque la pandémie bon, on m'a dérangé un peu avec un papier là, je ne sais pas ce que c'est. Lorsque la pandémie de Covid a paralysé un grand nombre de nos secteurs, on a constaté une augmentation de près de 20% des actes de piraterie et de vols à main armée signalés contre des navires dans le monde entier. L'insécurité maritime aggrave également les menaces terroristes qui émergent du Sahel. Les menaces terroristes et la recrudescence de la piraterie dans la région de l'océan Indien occidental ont entraîné la réaction régionale et nationale aux menaces maritimes asymétriques. Il est nécessaire d'identifier les lacunes en matière de capacité de renforcer les mécanismes locaux pour faire face à la sécurité maritime en améliorant les vulnérabilités, ce qui passe par la formulation des politiques et des stratégies pragmatiques qui engendrent un engagement bilatéral, régional et multilatéral comme clé de gouvernance maritime. La réunion a noté que l'OACP, en tant qu'organisation, a pris des engagements dans le nouvel accord de partenariat OACP-UE pour aborder la question de la sécurité maritime. Il a été convenu que la résolution fournira une dimension parlementaire sur la mise en œuvre des nouveaux accords maritimes de sécurité maritime. En matière de sécurité maritime. Au cours de la discussion qui a suivi, les membres ont partagé leurs expériences en matière de sécurité maritime, ont appelé à des approches multidimensionnelles et holistiques pour relever les défis de la sécurité maritime. L'accent a été mis sur le renforcement des capacités, la nécessité de s'attaquer à la pollution, le renforcement de la résilience face aux menaces pesant sur les océans et les mers, les défis posés par la pêche illégale transfrontalière, la domestication et l'application des lois. La situation dans les pays membres de l'ACP. En ce qui concerne la situation politique des membres de l'ACP, les membres ont reçu des mises à jour du Togo, de Djibouti, de la Côte d'Ivoire, du Burundi, du Kenya, de la Zambie, du Tchad, de l'Ouganda, de la Tanzanie, de la Guinée-Bissau, de la République démocratique du Congo, du Suriname, de la Guinée, du Libéria, de Vanuatu et du Cameroun. Je souhaite souligner particulièrement une question qui a également été soulevée lorsque les députés ont abordé ce point, à savoir la situation humanitaire à Haïti. L'Assemblée a pris note de la grave situation actuelle à Haïti et a demandé le soutien de la communauté internationale ainsi que de l'OACP pour commencer à s'engager sur la situation politique et humanitaire à Haïti. Il a été proposé que l'Assemblée considère une résolution ou un échange de vues sur la situation à Haïti. Monsieur le Président, voilà ce qui a été dit, mais nous avions également décidé de faire une motion de remerciement en faveur de l'État du Mozambique. Je pense que les membres de la commission politique sont là. Nous avons décidé, en tout cas, nous avons décidé de proposer cela à la plénière, face à une motion de remerciement à la République de Mozambique et au Parlement de Mozambique pour l'accueil chaleureux dont nous avons fait l'objet depuis notre arrivée ici à Maputo. Monsieur le Président, ce sont les principales questions discutées par les membres de la Commission des affaires politiques, bien entendu. Il ne s'agit que d'un très bref résumé des discussions. Les informations plus complètes seront fournies dans le rapport qui sera présenté ultérieurement. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Vice Chair, first Vice Chair of the Committee on Political Affairs.
Les membres n'applaudissent pas. Pourquoi? Il faut applaudir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Applause is much welcomed. And thank you very much for that summary. Well received. I would now like to open the floor to members who requested to make some response here. The floor is open. I see there's no comments for this particular report from the meeting. We thank you once again for the work that has been done by the Political Affairs Committee. We thank you very much for the chairmanship of Mali, the vice chair of the committee. We thank you so much for those that participated in making this committee's work a success. Oh, I see Uganda asking for the floor. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think it is important that I also draw the attention of this meeting that during the meeting on political affairs, we did draw the attention of the House to the fact that in the recent election, Uganda was able to get a woman speaker to replace the late Jacob Olanya. I think that's a very important thing for the women movement in the continent of Africa. And I also drew the attention of the House to the fact that for the first time in the history of our country, we have been able to get a woman vice president, and the through deputy prime minister, we got a woman vice president, a woman prime minister, and two deputy prime ministers. And this is incredible achievement for Uganda. So I thought it is important that this experience of Uganda must be shared with the rest of the partners so that you could also emulate what Uganda is going through. Above all, we should try in all aspects to make sure that we improve and increase the leadership of Uganda, or the leadership of women in all aspects of our economic and social affairs. So I want to thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Uganda, and congratulations. Congratulations. I think you will continue to provide inspiration to many of our countries here to try and also aspire to have such representation of our women as well. Thank you. The floor is still open. I see Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you very much for your comment, for the report. And I also appreciate all the delegates for their very good interactions during the time that we had the committee meeting. I think it will suffice to say that I would like to report on also Kenya's political situation. I want to report that Kenya did have elections on the 6th of August, 9th of August this year. We had a successful election. Our president campaigned on a platform of economic change. And for the first time, our elections were held on the basis of an economic transformation agenda as opposed to a tribal agenda, as has happened in the past. And therefore, we can safely say that tribalism is dead forever in Kenya. We also want to say that we also had an extremely successful elections in two ways. One is that it was all identification of voters was by biometric method, and also all transmission of results was done electronically. And we had a 98% success rate in delivery of the results to a public platform and portal that was available to the entire world to tally the results long before the chairperson of the Electoral Commission actually declared the results in Kenya. Many of the international agencies had already announced them or already knew the results. Thereafter, we had a Supreme Court hearing, which again went on very peacefully. And when the Supreme Court pronounced itself in upholding that election of the president, Kenyans fully supported, and there was no any objections from the rest of the population. Again, we had a situation where the president was received at least 25% of the votes in 39 out of 47 counties, which shows that there is a deepening pluralism, inclusivity, and our democracy has grown in Kenya, as opposed to where we had a president who was elected from a specific corner of Kenya. We'd also like to report this, Mr. President, that for the first time, 6 persons living with disabilities were competitively elected from 6 constituencies. And one of those is the amazing gentleman sitting on my right, Honorable Wanyonyi, who's MP for Webuye West, and who, together with the other 6 persons with disabilities who are elected, have survived discrimination, prejudice throughout their lives due to his condition of albinism from a part of Kenya which the traditions threatens and treats persons like him as subhuman. For him to be elected under this election was a great achievement that we laud in our country. Also on the issue of women, also for the first time, for this time, Kenya has made strides. It has nominated 24 women under the affirmative action requirement of the Constitution. We also managed to elect another 29 women competitively elected over and above the ones who are nominated in single constituencies. This shows that there's an increased confidence in women leadership in Kenya, and we have the highest number of women leaders in parliament in the history of our country. Also, our country managed to elect 7 women governors, up from 3 from the last election. And this we can credit to what happened during the campaigns. The current president, during his campaign, signed what he called the Kenya Women Charter, where he promised that 50% of his cabinet would be made up of women. And he has made that good promise. Only yesterday, 50%, 10 women were appointed to the cabinet of the current government. And lastly, other initiatives that were signed into the Kenya Women Charter was to ensure that 50% of the affirmative action and economic empowerment fund would go to women. It's commonly known as the Hustler Fund. And that has already happened. And on the issue of affordable credit, which affects a majority of youth and women, again, immediately after he came into office, the president has managed to convince the lenders to reduce interest at 40%, and therefore affordable credit is now available. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to be able to give that brief on my country. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Kenya, and congratulations on your successful elections. By all accounts, it sounded like it was a successful, peaceful transition of power in Kenya, and congratulations to you and the country for that. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we have Mali asking for the floor.
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais insister sur la motion en faveur du Mozambique. Je voudrais demander au secrétariat de rédiger cette motion. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mali. Definitely, we will look to drafting this motion for Mozambique as well as an outcome here. Thank you for that suggestion. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, c'est vrai que le rapport est un rapport succinct, mais le décès du président de l'Assemblée nationale de Côte d'Ivoire n'est pas un fait résiduel. Nous pensons que c'est assez important. Ça a été dit donc lors des débats en commission. Ça méritait quand même de figurer puisque nous avons observé 1 minute de silence en sa mémoire. Alors, ça n'a pas été mis donc dans le rapport. Nous souhaiterions quand même que ça figure parce que c'est un fait majeur. Il était président de l'Assemblée nationale. C'est ce que je voulais faire comme remarque. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Côte d'Ivoire, and our condolences. But we will definitely have this reflected as well in the summary of the meeting. Thank you for reminding us about that, and our condolences to Côte d'Ivoire on the loss of your leader. Thank you. Colleagues, let us then therefore move on. I thank you very much once again for the work that you have done in the Political Affairs Committee. And we will continue to work with you, and we will adjust and amend the summary reports as they come out accordingly to the discussions that we just had here as well. I now give the floor to the Honorable Abdul Rami Mistohi of Comoros, Chair of the Committee on Economic Development, Finance and Trade. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole. Mais avant de commencer, j'invite les membres du bureau de la région de l'Afrique de l'Est qu'on doit se réunir après cette réunion à côté. Honorable Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OACP, honorable membre de l'OACP, la Commission de développement économique, de finances, du commerce et de l'Assemblée parlementaire du groupe des États d'Afrique, des Caraïbes et du Pacifique, le groupe ACP, est réunie le 26 octobre 2022 à 15 h à Maputo, au Mozambique. La Commission a eu des discussions sur les questions des fonds suivants. La liste de l'Union européenne des pays et territoires non coopératifs et des fins fiscales est celle des pays tiers en matière de lutte contre le blanchiment des capitaux et des financements du terrorisme. L'indice de la crise énergétique sur l'Union européenne et les pays de l'ACP. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi, au nom de mes collègues membres de la Commission, de vous faire une synthèse de nos délibérations sur les questions discutées. 1. Sur la liste de l'Union européenne, des pays et territoires non coopératifs et des fins fiscales et celle des pays tiers en matière de lutte contre le blanchiment des capitaux et de financement des terrorismes. La liste de l'Union européenne des pays et territoires non coopératifs à des fins fiscales et celle des pays tiers en matière de lutte contre le blanchiment des capitaux et de financement du terrorisme est le titre de rapport de la Commission du développement économique, des finances et du commerce. Le co-rapporteur de l'OACP pour la préparation de ce rapport, Monsieur l'honorable Edmondson de Barbade a présenté le projet de rapport qu'il a rédigé avec son homologue du Parlement européen. La présentation du co-rapporteur a été complétée par une intervention du secrétariat qui a donné aux membres de la Commission des informations relatives aux travaux et conseils des ministres sur cette question. Les deux présentations ont souligné la pertinence du sujet pour les États membres dans les 3 régions de l'OACP et l'importance politique que l'Organisation des États des Afriques, des Caraïbes et du Pacifique accorde à la liste de l'Union européenne. Des pays et territoires en coopérative, des pays et territoires non coopératifs à des fins fiscales et celle des pays tiers en matière de lutte contre le blanchiment des capitaux et des financements des terroristes, du fait, d'une part, des effets préjudiciables des listes de l'Union européenne sur les pays concernant et, d'autre part, du nombre élevé de pays ACP sur ces listes. Il convient de relever que l'Organisation des États d'Afrique, des Caraïbes et du Pacifique n'est pas contre de la promotion de la bonne gouvernance fiscale et la lutte contre le blanchiment de l'argent, le blanchiment des capitaux et le financement du terrorisme. Tout comme les pays de l'Union européenne, ceux de l'OACP font face aux mêmes défis de changement aussi des solutions. Aux mêmes défis et recherchent aussi des solutions. Les problèmes résident dans l'approche et le processus d'établissement des listes de l'Union européenne. Dans sa présentation, le rapporteur a mis en exécution les points spécifiques suivants. Les conséquences négatives des listes de l'Union européenne sur les économies des pays concernés, notamment sur le secteur financier et la mobilisation des ressources. L'approche unilatérale, le processus d'établissement sans consultation préalable appropriée des pays et d'incohérence des listes. La nécessité de coopérer entre l'Union européenne et l'OACP afin de prendre les mesures nécessaires pour protéger l'intégrité financière et la bonne gouvernance fiscale. Les efforts déployés par les pays pour conformer aux normes internationales et de l'Union européenne en matière fiscale et de lutte contre le blanchiment des capitaux et le financement du terrorisme. La disponibilité de l'OACP à collaborer avec l'Union européenne au travers des mécanismes conjoints ACP-UE pour un dialogue de partenariat structuré sur la bonne gouvernance fiscale et la LBC/FT. La présentation du co-rapporteur a donné lieu à des discussions intenses dont les points scellants sont comme suit. L'appel à l'union des pays de l'OACP, l'appel à l'unité des pays de l'OACP et à la solidarité afin de faire bloc et de constituer un front commun dans les discussions avec l'Union européenne. L'établissement d'un cadre juridique pour un dialogue structuré avec l'Union européenne qui servirait de mécanisme d'alerte et de prévention de l'évasion fiscale, du blanchiment d'argent et du financement du terrorisme. Le partage d'expériences et de bonnes pratiques en matière de bonne gouvernance fiscale et de lutte contre le blanchiment des capitaux et de financement du terrorisme, les réformes en cours dans de nombreux pays pour se conformer aux normes fiscales internationales, aux recommandations en matière de lutte contre le blanchiment des capitaux et de terrorisme. La nécessité de profiter du nouvel partenariat OACP-UE pour rééquilibrer le partenariat OACP-UE et de discuter l'égal à l'égal. L'appel de l'Union européenne au dialogue et à la consultation au travers des mécanismes de dialogue appropriés. À ce stade, le rapport est un projet et peut encore être complété et amélioré pour prendre en compte les préoccupations de l'OACP. Afin de peser sur les discussions et d'influer pardon, puisqu'on m'a soulevé pour le fait. Afin de peser sur les discussions et d'influer sur la résolution, j'invite les membres de la Commission à prendre la parole au cours de la réunion conjointe de la Commission le 30 octobre 2022 pour exprimer les préoccupations et surtout à déposer ensuite dans les délais requis des amendements pour traduire les différentes préoccupations dans la résolution finale. L'évolution des listes de l'Union européenne montre qu'elle ne concerne pas seulement les pays sur les listes. Tout pays de l'OACP peut se retrouver sur l'Union, peut se retrouver sur l'une ou l'autre des listes de l'Union européenne avec les conséquences que cela entraîne. Ce n'est donc pas un problème de quelques pays, mais un problème qui concerne tous nos pays. 2. Sur l'incidence de la crise énergétique sur l'Union européenne et les pays ACP. Les membres de la Commission ont également discuté de la question de la crise énergétique actuelle. Celle-ci a une incidence négative sur de nombreux pays de l'OACP et affecte gravement l'économie de la vie quotidienne des populations. L'inscription de la question énergétique sur l'ordre du jour de la Commission donne l'occasion d'en discuter au sein de l'Assemblée parlementaire paritaire ACP-UE et de contribuer à la recherche de solutions aux défis que pose la crise énergétique actuelle dans le pays. Honorable Président, tel est le résumé de l'élaboration de la Commission de développement économique, des finances et du commerce. D'un rapport détaillé sera préparé et soumis pour approbation lors de la prochaine réunion de la Commission. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
I thank you very much, the Honorable Mr. The Chair of the Committee on Economic Development, Finance and Trade, for your report of your committee's meeting. I now open the floor at this time for any delegations who may wish to make interventions on this particular report. Yes, Uganda. I see Uganda. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the chair for the report that has been submitted. I just wanted to bring to your attention that in the discussions, the issues of mutual respect between the OACPS countries and the EU countries was strongly emphasized. And in the discussions where we also gave our submissions, we indicated that trade and economic aid should be done based on strong financial and trade principles. They shouldn't, however, be done in exchange for sovereignty, nor trade and economic aid in exchange for the will of the people. And therefore, I really wanted to highlight that to your attention, to be emphasized. I have noted that earlier on, the Secretary General highlighted
difficulties with EAU signing on the post-Cotonou agreement. And we're saying that with mutual respect, if there are any ACP states also having difficulties with signing this agreement, the same principle of mutual respect and mutual recognition of those difficulties should apply. And when we talk of common interests, they should be common for all. When you talk of mutual respect, it should be mutual for all, not just a few persons based on size or population. So I thought that I draw that to your attention, the issue of mutual respect in the engagements, both trade and even in the other sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uganda, for highlighting that important point of mutual respect in our engagement with our partners. As the floor is still open, any other colleagues looking to take the floor at this time? Tanzania, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to draw the attention of the Secretariat and indulge the Secretariat. Mr. President, as you know, that the topic of the non-cooperative tax jurisdiction, ATM and CTF are very pertinent to our countries. And unfortunately, they're not included in the plenary discussion, in the debate. And I would wish that these topics are included in the discussion as they're very important to the survival of our country. If you recall, Mr. President, in our last meeting in Strasbourg, Tanzania did raise this point, and we were told that there'll be a special session, which we did have in Zooming, but our counterparts, the European Union, were not involved in the discussion in the Zooming. And this topic is very important for them to know and to listen what we are facing so that they can also understand, and we open pages together. So I wish, Mr. President, that this topic should be included in the plenary for discussion and for the debate so that our partners understand where our position is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you again, Tanzania, for your point. Indeed, you have raised this on a few occasions, well noted. And this is an ongoing discussion that will continue on, and we will continue to advocate for this issue in the various forums that we will be attending as well. And the deep engagement of our partners, I think, is what you raised, is very important. We cannot keep talking about this ourselves here, but we need to talk with the partners who are really the ones putting us on their lists. Thank you very much once again for that. I don't see anyone asking for the floor at this time, so thank you again to the chair of the Economic Development, Finance and Trade, again, for your work and that of your committee, very much appreciated. And we will continue to work with some of the issues that I just raised on the floor now. Thank you so much. Before we move on, we have a response from the Secretariat to Tanzania. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Effectivement, je me souviens des débats qui a eu lieu sur cette question de juridiction fiscale non coopérative à Strasbourg. Ce débat a continué à Bruxelles et ça a donné lieu à un dialogue parlementaire avec les représentants de la Commission sur cette question. Mais je le répète encore, je crois qu'il faut qu'on soit constructif dans nos stratégies. Et c'est ça le rôle du secrétariat. C'est ce que nous essayons de vous faire comprendre. Parce qu'on nous accuse de beaucoup de choses, hein, et même d'être déloyal vis-à-vis de vous. Donc, si vous insistez à ce que ce soit dans l'ordre du jour, vous êtes souverain dans vos décisions, vous êtes des parlementaires. Cette assemblée vous appartient. Nous, on est là pour vous conseiller, pour vous orienter, vous donner des conseils de la manière la plus pertinente possible. Mais après, il faut savoir ce qu'on veut. Cette question fait l'objet d'un rapport aujourd'hui. Et ce rapport aboutira à une résolution. Moi, je crois que c'est le plus important. Maintenant, si on l'inscrit dans l'ordre du jour, ce sera une discussion, un débat sans plus. Nous estimons que un rapport fera l'objet de discussions, d'échanges entre vous et vos homologues européens. Et à la fin de cet échange, il va y avoir, ça peut aboutir à une résolution. Et c'est cette résolution qui est, je crois, qui a plus de poids par rapport à un débat dans un point de l'ordre du jour qui va se dérouler pendant 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes et qui sera inscrit dans le compte rendu analytique à la fin, mais qui ne sera pas une référence de nos travaux. Donc, c'est ça l'esprit de notre esprit. Et je le répète encore, on a pris bonne note des discussions, de tout ce qui a été dit par certaines délégations. Je ne vais pas les citer ici. Mais dans notre rôle, nous sommes dans un rôle de soutien et de conseil. Nous estimons qu'il est plus pertinent d'avoir un débat dans le cadre de l'adoption de ce rapport qui va durer, qui peut aller jusqu'à 9 mois de débat, mais qui aboutira au bout du compte par l'adoption d'un rapport et d'une résolution. Voilà ce que nous pouvons dire, mais encore une fois, la décision vous revient de plein droit, vous êtes souverain de décider, il s'agit de votre assemblée, mais nous, notre conseil à vous, c'est que ce débat qui fait l'objet actuellement d'un point de discussion dans le cadre d'un rapport, l'examen de ce rapport. Voilà ce que je voulais ajouter. Peut-être, M. Lamé, qui est responsable direct de cette question aussi, peut-il peut-être ajouter quelque chose à ce que j'ai dit?
Merci, Monsieur le sous-secrétaire général. Oui, je voudrais quand même revenir depuis la réunion de Strasbourg. Cette question avait fait l'objet des discussions. Et la décision qui avait été prise par l'Assemblée parlementaire paritaire était d'organiser une session spéciale, un dialogue spécial sur cette question. Et le secrétariat, le co-secrétariat avait été chargé de préparer ces discussions. Et c'est ce que nous avons fait. Le 14 juillet dernier, l'Assemblée s'est réunie en session spéciale et a discuté de cette question. Et à cette discussion, la commissaire européenne en charge de la lutte contre le blanchiment des capitaux était là. Le président du groupe de contact du côté ACP sur les listes de l'Union européenne était aussi présent. Ça a été une discussion intéressante. Je reconnais que les parlementaires européens, la participation était assez faible, sinon il n'y en avait pas beaucoup. Si l'on demande aujourd'hui de réinscrire ça à l'ordre du jour, ce n'est pas évident parce qu'ils considèrent que la question avait déjà été discutée. Alors, le 14, effectivement, compte tenu de l'indisponibilité de certains commissaires qui n'étaient pas là, notamment le commissaire en charge des questions économiques, M. Gentiloni, il a été décidé qu'une autre session spéciale sera organisée pour discuter des questions fiscales. Et nous sommes en contact avec nos collègues du Parlement européen pour organiser cette deuxième session. Ce n'est pas aussi simple que cela d'avoir un commissaire à une réunion, surtout que c'est ce qui a été demandé, que le commissaire vienne lui-même expliquer la politique européenne en matière de juridiction fiscale non coopérative. Donc, nous avons convenu, nous avons souhaité que cette réunion se tienne ici avec le commissaire, mais ça n'a pas abouti. La Commission, nos collègues du Parlement européen ont dit que le commissaire ne pourrait pas venir ici. Donc, nous avons décidé que nous allons trouver un autre temps afin d'inviter le commissaire pour discuter de cette question. Voici ce qui a été fait. Et donc, je pense que, comme le sous-secrétaire général a rappelé, justement après la discussion du 14 juillet, c'est là-bas qu'il a été proposé que la Commission du développement économique traite de cette question dans son rapport. Et c'est ce qui est en cours. Je pense qu'à la session prochaine, étant donné que les amendements vont être soumis à adoption, le rapport sera soumis à adoption, un long débat, un débat de fond en large aura lieu non seulement sur les amendements, mais sur le rapport lui-même qui sera adopté. Donc, je pense que nous sommes dans un processus et je pense que ce n'est pas que nous avons oublié cette question, mais c'est dans le processus en cours et sur son chemin. Voici ce que je souhaiterais ajouter pour compléter ce que Monsieur le sous-secrétaire général vient de dire. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for that, ASG and the Secretariat. I give the floor back to Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and we thank the Secretariat for the rapid response. Could we just be informed when should we expect the resolution will be submitted?
Thank you very much, Tanzania, for that very specific question. Can I ask the Secretariat to give us some response at this time? Thank you. I'll give the floor now to the Secretariat.
OK. Voilà. À ce stade, il existe un projet de résolution sur cette question. Et ce projet de résolution a fait l'objet de discussions au cours de la réunion de la Commission du développement économique, des finances et du commerce. Cette résolution a été ventilée, distribuée à l'ensemble des États membres pour cette réunion. Comme je dis, à ce stade, c'est un projet. Et donc, lors de la réunion conjointe qui aura lieu le dimanche, le 30, il y aura encore une discussion dans la commission conjointe sur cette question. Et donc, à l'issue de ce débat au cours de cette session, un délai sera donné à tous les États membres pour formuler des amendements sur la base du projet de résolution qui existe en ce moment pour pouvoir, chaque délégation est libre de formuler un amendement pour enrichir la résolution, pour ajouter ou pour retrancher, en tout cas, l'initiative des amendements vous revient. Donc, le vote final sur cette résolution aura lieu à la prochaine session de votre Assemblée. Et donc, à la prochaine session de l'Assemblée, la résolution sera soumise au vote et à une adoption en fonction de ce qui va être fait. Voici où nous en sommes en ce moment avec cette résolution qui existe déjà et qui a été distribuée. C'est un projet. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, for that clarity in terms of the process moving forward. Thank you to Tanzania as well for that query that elicited this response from the Secretariat. I don't see any more asking for the floor at this time. So once again, I thank you so much to the Honorable Mistoi again of Comoros for chairing this committee. Thank you again for the discussions that we've had here on this particular committee and the outcomes and the reports. It is now my pleasure to move on and call on the first chair of the Committee on Social Affairs and the Environment to make his presentation. This is Honorable. I see Trinidad and Tobago still asking for the floor.
Yes. Apologies, first of all, Mr. President. I know you were just about to go on to the next aspect, but on the last discussion that we just had and we heard from the Secretary General office, I think some clarity is still needed as to clearly where we are at in terms of this particular resolution, right? In the sense that we are hearing from the Secretary General office that it has been handed out. We are expecting some amendments, and then we're supposed to have a discussion on it also in the next 2 days. Right? And then from there, we'll be going to the next is GPAPA, which probably will be sometime when around March next year. Right? So again, just to be sure of the timeline or where we are at clearly, so that we'll be aware of what is happening with regards to this very, very important aspect that is affecting some of us, and when I say it's directly affecting us at home in Trinidad and Tobago. So please, I would just like that to be clarified, and sorry for the late intervention.
Thank you very much, Trinidad and Tobago. I give the floor back again to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Je remercie la délégation de Trinité et Tobago. Effectivement, la résolution, comme je dis, le rapport est au stade de projet. Et donc, la prochaine étape sera donc, après les discussions au cours de cette session-ci, la prochaine étape sera l'étape des amendements. Et lorsque les amendements auront été déposés par les délégations, alors la résolution, le rapport et la résolution seront soumis pour vote et adoption à la prochaine session. Je viens d'être informé que cette prochaine session aura lieu au mois de juin 2023. Donc, la résolution sera adoptée au mois de juin 2023. Voici, j'espère que cela vient apporter quelques éclaircissements à la délégation de Trinidad et Tobago. Merci.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. And once again, thank you, Trinidad and Tobago, for your question. And we very much appreciate the clarity that's been given on this. We look forward to next year in terms of the adoptions. Thank you. And now I want to move on to our next committee, the first Vice Chair on the Committee on Social Affairs and the Environment, to make his presentation, the Honorable Naib of Eritrea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the OACPS members of the Joint Committee on Social Affairs and the Environment held their meeting on Thursday, 27th October 2020 here in Maputo, Mozambique. I chaired the meeting in my capacity as Vice Chair. The meeting adopted its agenda as drafted and the summary record of the previous meeting as amended. The meeting then exchanged views on two substantive subjects. The first was the draft report on strengthening parliamentary solidarity and political will for road safety in member countries of ACP and EU, including safe infrastructure. And the second was access to water in context of worldwide drought and climate change, both items to be discussed during the Joint Committee on Social Affairs and Environment slated for Sunday, 30th October 2020. With respect to road safety, the discussion was facilitated by Mrs. Unity Doe, co-rapporteur from the Republic of Botswana. In her presentation, she indicated that road traffic injuries remain the leading cause of death worldwide, particularly among children and young people aged 5 to 29. It is estimated that road accidents account for 1.35 million deaths and around 50 million injuries per year. It was observed that members of OACPS face common and road safety challenges, including the importation of unsafe second-hand vehicles, insufficient training, and inappropriate behavior of road users, such as texting while driving, driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol, non-use of seat belts, non-use of helmets by motorcyclists, and low enforcement of traffic rules. In the discussion that ensued, members shared their experience and called for multidimensional and holistic approach to address the issue of road safety. Emphasis was placed on the need to ensure domestication and enforcement of laws and raising public awareness. Members also called for parliamentary networking to facilitate regional cooperation on road safety. They further called for access to finance that could facilitate infrastructure development that was critical in reducing road accidents. The members also called for the introduction of body cameras that would play a crucial role in reducing corruption, which was seen as an aspect that contributes to reducing road safety. Members called for the establishment of an OACP EU JPA parliamentary dialogue. Mr. President, the meeting then continued on an exchange of views on access to water in the context of worldwide drought and climate change. Members as well shared their country's experiences on policies being implemented to facilitate access to water. Members called for the review of policies on land settlement practices and licensing for tapping underground water and distribution of potable water. Members also called for equitable distribution of water, especially in the rural areas. The committee conducted a very fruitful discussion for 2.5 hours and came up with constructive opinion that enriched the two topics. Mr. President, as this is a brief oral report, a full detailed report on the meeting will be submitted at a later stage. I thank you.
Thank you very much once again for that brief report by the chair, Honorable Naib of the Environment, Social Affairs and Environment Committee. Very much welcome your report. And at this time, I'd like to open the floor for any members who are willing to take the floor at this time and make comments and interventions. I see Vanuatu. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to thank the chair of the Committee on Social Affairs and the Environment for its summary report on the deliberations of the committee. First and foremost, let me express my sincerest gratitude to you, Mr. President, on your dignified chairmanship over this session. And secondly, Vanuatu would like to express its deepest gratitude to those fellow member countries of this organization who have generously lent their echoed voices towards the advocacy of climate change crisis to be addressed at the highest international court of justice. The sole remaining UN institution that has never, ever had to have requested to render its wisdom on the climate crisis. And our initiative, which during that session, we presented a resolution to be included that involved an initiative which rightly so should be addressed in the International Court of Justice. When you consider the underlying issues of the climate change crisis concerning human lives and fundamental existential human crisis and human rights. And this is in the light of increasing global climate challenges. So to lend support to this report, Vanuatu therefore urges the assistance and the support of the ACP members that as we meet our European Union counterparts in the upcoming joint meeting, to lend their unified support for this matter concerning human rights and climate crisis, to be referred to the International Court of Justice. Mr. President, it is absolutely essential that the joint resolution and the outcome document includes the ICJ initiative, so as to record the joint acknowledgement of the challenges caused by climate change. Because the ICJ initiative as such provides a common ground for joint resolution, and to perhaps improve the level of ambitions by all nations, both low emitters and high emitters of the North. Perhaps I should inform, Mr. President, this session that our ambassador at the UNGA yesterday issued a statement that the draft question is about to be finalized, and it's about to be sent to all UN members before the upcoming COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh. There's a core group of countries that are involved in the drafting of the opinion. There are 4 African countries, 2 Caribbean, 4 Pacific, 3 Asian, including 3 EU members who are we going to meet in the joint session. Whilst there's some debate as to what extent can a legal opinion do that we are soliciting from the International Court of Justice, it will perhaps give clarity to quite a number of issues that we have been asking to be addressed, especially since the COP21 Paris Agreement. It could give us countries our legal obligations on issues, and these are country legal obligations, or issues concerning mitigation, on issues concerning adaptation, on issues concerning capacity building and technology transfer, that have never been addressed until now. And it would provide a common ground and perhaps make us enact our own climate change laws so that we can protect ourselves as well. You know, after the resolution, when we go to the International Court of Justice, within the context of the submissions of Vanuatu's submission to the Court of Justice, each country is allowed to participate and argue its own cause, because we have different levels of experience of climate change crisis. You are able to attend and argue in front of the international judges using Vanuatu's case, argue your issues out. I fully concur this initiative is not dealing with the right to be free, nor be independent. In fact, it is dealing with the greater right to exist as a human being. It is a human right, and we need to find solutions to problems. And now is exploring the last option, and that is the option of the highest court, the International Court of Justice. Pray to God we can get something out of it to help our communities. We owe it to them in our leadership. I am led to believe, Mr. President, we, the Vanuatu delegation, has sent you documents and statements which will assist members of parliament of the OACPS to assist you to speak and to advocate climate change. And we would ask you to facilitate these informations to be sent to each member of parliament that is present here, so they are able to speak not only to the communities which they represent, but also the leaders who are absolutely essential. Ensuring to get this vote. There is no doubt the ACP is a very powerful platform. Many a times they have managed to sway things to the interest of the member states. It is high time, especially in the advent of the climate crisis, that we let the industrial nations know that we too have a voice that is powerful to protect our communities as well. Thank you. Thank you for your support and thank you for your voices. Vanuatu's initiative is our initiative. It's the African initiative. It's a Caribbean initiative. It's a Pacific initiative. And even it's the European North initiative. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Vanuatu, for that passionate plea in terms of support for the work that is happening in bringing a case towards the ICJ. We look forward to receiving the information. Thank you so much. And I'll give the floor to Zambia.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Let me thank the Vice President for moving that well-articulate report. My comments will be on road traffic accidents. Let me make mention, I think I'm very, very pleased that as OACP, we are taking a keen interest to look at road traffic accidents. You know, I always say as Africa, we are always very concerned about other people's problems and forgetting the problems that really affect us. If you look at the #1 killer, for example, in my country, it's not COVID. It was malaria seconded by road traffic accidents. So therefore, if there's anything that we need to employ to make sure that we protect the lives of the Zambians, one of the things that we need to look at is road traffic accidents. As we came to Mozambique, I could tell, you know, the driving that is happening in Zambia is the same as the driving that is happening in Mozambique. We are like actually like sister countries. So I also presume that the same challenges that we face in Zambia in regards to road traffic accidents is the same that is faced as so many other countries. So I'd love to employ the committee for taking interest in problems that really affect us, and those, for example, road traffic accidents. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Zambia, for that very short and succinct presentation. Very much welcomed. And I'll give the floor to Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais apprécier le rapport de la Commission et parce que j'ai participé au débat et apprécier aussi la conduite des débats par le vice-président. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais faire un lien entre la sécurité routière et l'environnement. Parce qu'au cours des débats, il a été beaucoup question des voitures importées et des voitures qui sont beaucoup âgées, qui sont importées dans nos pays et qui seraient à la base donc, des accidents de la route. Monsieur le Président, il faudrait peut-être nuancer un peu dans nos échanges avec nos partenaires et savoir exactement ce que nous voulons. Je propose qu'on fasse pression sur nos partenaires parce que ce sont eux, généralement, qui sont les fabricants des véhicules. Il faudrait, en même temps, limiter l'importation des vieilles voitures, mais demander aussi qu'on baisse les prix des nouvelles voitures. Parce que sinon, on va produire un effet contraire à ce que nous recherchons. Je m'explique. Si les prix des voitures neuves est trop élevé, si le prix est trop élevé, les gens vont garder les anciennes voitures pendant très longtemps, ce qui va être une autre source de pollution qui va dévaster l'environnement parce qu'on va émettre énormément de gaz à effet de serre. Parce qu'il n'y a pas les moyens d'acquérir des nouvelles voitures à des prix abordables, on aura tendance à conserver des voitures pendant très longtemps. C'est vrai qu'on ne va pas importer des voitures d'occasion, mais nos propres voitures neuves achetées vont avoir une telle durée de vie que nous allons finir par empoisonner notre propre environnement. Donc, pendant que nous limitons l'importation des voitures d'occasion, il faut dans le même temps que le prix des voitures neuves soit accessible à nos populations. Sinon, on ne va pas produire un effet vraiment porteur pour l'environnement. C'est ce que je le dis, c'est ce que je voulais dire. Je le dis en tant que président d'un réseau parlementaire qui s'occupe de la défense de l'environnement. Donc, faisons beaucoup attention, mettons la pression sur les concessionnaires afin que les prix soient abordables au commun des mortels de nos pays. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Côte d'Ivoire, for that very useful perspective in terms of the vehicles and the conditions of them that we bring into our countries. Very well noted. I now give the floor to Sierra Leone. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and the Vice President for such a brilliant presentation. It's good we are addressing this issue because it's of concern now it's a global concern in general, that looking at the road accidents are so much, even the data that he presented shows us that we need to do something. And as we said yesterday, we discussed, we need to look at a strong parliamentary dimension. How do we collaborate with one another in our various parliaments? If you don't have the legislations to make sure that you put in place a strong mechanism for road traffic incidents, you're not able to be able to implement and enforce. First, you have to have the basis for a very strong law, and you talk about implementation and enforcement. You also need to you graduate from that point, talking about funding baskets, because you're talking about road traffic, you want to control it, you have to talk about the infrastructure. And infrastructure, there's a whole lot of money involved. In some other advanced countries, you see them talking about putting cameras in the street, try to have more street lights so that they can control. In other areas, they use the patrol vehicles right across the highways, linking one state to another. So it is a whole lot of infrastructural things you have to put together and financing. So I believe in maintaining and cutting down, as the data just showed us, that so much death is caused now by road accidents. Some of us will take our time to give our data based on our country experience. And it's not anything good for us to write about. We need to mitigate the causes of the so much of road accidents. For the climate change, as he stated, it's very clear in our minds. One of the things that we need to do, as we say, continue to call for sincerity of what we are doing in terms of climate change. We'll continue to call for the availability of adequate funding to support a climate change action. And as we are saying, we are talking about going to the ICJ, invest money. And we have put so much funding in terms of fighting climate change. Who are they getting the funds to fight the change, the climate change, to mitigate this excessive action of the change in the climate? Reduction in the greenhouse gas emission and a limit of global warming, at least to something like 1.5 degrees Celsius, at least, so we fight some of these things that is happening. So if we put some of these things into active play and ensure there's a complete sincerity, we'll see the light at the end of the day. We also try to put price on carbon reduced emission. This is what we really need to follow, because bigger countries, major players who are in control of the finances, they are really causing this emission, and they don't want to really cut down the carbon emission. So we have to take the bold step to see how best we can put pricing on it, so they can stop emitting this carbon. And we continue to educate our communities, educate our people who are involved in cutting down these trees and involved in afforestation. So some of these things, especially in African countries, we can see how best we can reduce on climate change. And these are some of the things that we need to pay attention to. And if we do this as set institutions to make sure that we mitigate climate change and see how best we can involve major players. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone. I'm very much aware of our time we're dragging on now, and our interpreters who have been with us since morning will definitely need a break as well. But we need to be more succinct and concise in our contributions as we move on from now on. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be as brief as possible in light of the time. I'm Lucy Akello, a member of the delegation from Uganda. I want to merge the issue of road accident and environment or climate change. In Uganda, we have a big problem, and the main cause of accidents are the small, what we call border borders, or the small motorcades. They are all over the city. So as a country, what we've decided to do is to register them and make them more organized. And as a country, true, we have gone ahead to say that to reduce the dangerous gas emission, we have invested in electronic car, and it is being tested within the city. It is called Kira V, and our government has invested a lot of money on this, and I encourage many of our countries to do the same if we are to go well. Finally, Mr. President, I have attended this conference, and it's really my first time. But my biggest disappointment, and when we're talking about climate change and environmental conservation, I see a lot of papers flying all over, bulk of papers, and yet we could have actually gone such a conference of a magnitude we should be using apps. You just use your phone and then you're able to access all this at a go, as opposed to having papers flying all over. I think moving forward, we need to, as a conference, we need to really devise means of going as opposed to having papers flying day in, day out. You don't know how much environmental destruction we have done by being here just for, I don't know how many days. So this is my plea that moving forward, I want to see that the next conference, we are going and I think it has been done. For example, we have this app called the Event Leaf app, which was used in, I think, Commonwealth, and it was very successful. So I think we can also, do this. So this is my humble recommendation and my humble appeal. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and thank you to Mozambique.
Thank you very much, Uganda, and thank you for that proposal to go paperless. I think that is very much in line with what we should be doing as well. And thank you for your concrete examples of what you're doing in Uganda in terms of climate change as well. I think we have now reached the end. Oh, we have Nigeria. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to just add that for the road accident, we feel the same way that our colleagues have spoken. As we speak, what I got away from the conversation yesterday is that we need to do a deliberate effort to make sure that we enforce our laws. We have enough laws if we look at our books, but the problem is about enforcement. And if people commit these crimes and nobody calls them to order and they don't get punished, they go back and do the same. And I believe that moving forward, we should also incorporate technology in our drive to curb this menace of road accident. Because you see that even the road warders you put on the road, sometimes they compromise. Even when they get people caught, people take drugs, people take alcohol, and yet they kill people. Sometimes they die too. And yet the people who are on the road do not do enough work to call them to order. And yesterday I had that a recommendation that we should also try to inculcate technology like cameras on the bodies of our officers to say that, okay, there should be police for the police. Wearing cameras, meaning that we should also look at the ways we can in Africa begin to use technologies to check these crimes. It will help in a lot of ways. And then also, because of time, I have to say something on climate change. Nigeria have keyed in to climate change issues. In November
2021, we passed a climate change bill. Now we have an act towards that where we propose that by 2060, Nigeria should have net zero emission by 2060. And of course, when our president attended the COP26 conference, he said, and I repeat, he said, Nigeria, as we speak, do not need any persuasion on the need for urgent action on the environment. And he said, and I also concur, that we have desertification in the north, we have floods in the center, and we have pollution and erosion on the coast. And all these are evident. Even as we are attending this conference here, a lot of people have been sacked by flood. A lot of people are losing their lives as we speak. In Bayelsa State, South, flood came and ravaged some communities and exhumed even corpses that have been buried. And so many places from South, East, North, Central, everywhere. In Adamawa, the story is the same. So it is not a matter of what is happening. It's a matter of what we can do because it's really serious. And a few weeks ago, the International Monetary Fund, which is an organ of World Bank, stated that they are going to give $1 trillion to African countries. This is far cry. And I believe that we should also begin to liaise with our colleagues to make sure that these people, is not about calling $1 trillion, because $1 trillion with the exchange rate in Nigeria will not do much. That's the honest truth. Nigeria alone need more than $1 trillion to do or to ravage what have been done to our communities. In Niger Delta, we do not have potable drinking water because of what damage these companies have done in our soil and in our environment. And if you're talking, okay, you're giving $1 trillion, it looks so big. But I can tell you just in Niger Delta area, $1 trillion will not do anything based on what those people have suffered. As we speak, in a whole country, Nigeria, these people do not have drinking water. They don't have an environment to farm. They don't even make a living. They are outside, the people that you see on the street. And that will bring you to what we are discussing further about terrorism and what is happening because collaborators from outside and then from inside because our environment have been damaged. So I believe that moving forward, Mr. President, that we should also be doing something deliberate to call these people to attention that what they are just saying shouldn't be just about themselves. It should be about us. Where did it start? How did we get to where we are? We should ask this question and we should push it forward. So on this note, Mr. President, I thank you for yielding the floor to me, but reiterate that Nigeria is committed to the issue of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigeria, for your intervention. Well noted. Thank you for your support for climate change action. And indeed, we continue to need support in terms of finance to address both adaptation and mitigation for our countries. Thank you so much. I think we have now reached the end of our speakers list for this particular report. And once again, I would just like to thank you, the Honorable Naib, for your hard work in your committee and for a great report that has been enriched further in the discussions we just had here. And it will be embellished even more as we come out with a final report for this particular committee. Thank you one and all for your contributions on these important committees that we have just had the reports and heard the reports from. I would like to congratulate you all, as well as the chair and the vice chairs, for your leadership in these committees. Colleagues, let's move on quickly now to the next agenda item. The next agenda item is the consideration of items on the agenda and a program for the 42nd session on the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly which will be convened from 29th October to 2nd November 2022. Dear colleagues, I now put forward for your consideration of the plenary the agenda and the work program for the 42nd session of the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly to be held from 29th October to the 2nd November 2022, as presented in the document APP/103.057V01-00. This program was considered and adopted by the Bureau at its meeting yesterday. Are there any comments on this particular document at this time? I understand that it's not attached to the main document, but it's a standalone document that might be in your folder. I see Uganda.
Thank you, President. Some of us don't have it, and I request that perhaps you read out each agenda item, because when you just say agenda 1, then we're not able to know what it is about for purposes of us being aligned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It might not be possible in terms of going through that. I understand that some might not have it, but I think the heads might have it. I see a number already have it before them as well here, and are waving it as such. Can I ask that those who may not have it consult with their respective heads as well at this time? Secretariat, perhaps you can put your hands up and the Secretariat can come. I give the floor at this time. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Juste vous signaler que nous n'avons pas reçu le document.
I think we have a document. The document says there's a problem with they are written their draft agenda and work program. I think that's what is confusing. But if you look down the page, you will see the number, the direction that is giving us AP 103.057 V01-00. That's what exactly you have in the agenda. So it's available. It's here. We met it on our tables. So let them check. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone. La Côte d'Ivoire, you were asking for the floor. Any other colleagues, members looking to make an intervention on this particular document? As I said, it was already seen by the Bureau yesterday and considered in our meeting and adopted there. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 5 of 5, Wednesday, the 2nd of November, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And we have number 15, statement by President in Office of the OACPS Council. Right, and just for the records, we'd like to ensure that the proper name is entered when with regards to the individual, because he's coming from Trinidad and Tobago, and his name is Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown with an E, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. Please ensure that it's inserted correctly, please. Thank you. And also the same for number 16, I understand. 15 and 16.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Trinidad
Thank you, Mr.
Tobago.
President. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Well noted. Indeed, we are well aware of this one. We will definitely put in the names for the final document. Thank you for reminding us. Thank you very much. I see no one else asking for the floor at this time, and there being none, I take it that this agenda is, as drafted, is therefore adopted as the one that we will be using from the 29th to the 2nd of November. Thank you very much. Let us move on quickly. Move on quickly now to our next agenda item, which is a communication from myself on behalf of the Bureau as well. Communication from the Bureau of the OACPS. Colleagues, before we proceed with the rest of the items on the agenda, I wish to inform you of discussions and decisions of the Bureau of the ACPPA that took place yesterday. Once again, we are trying to be transparent here, so we will definitely going to update you on what happened in yesterday's meeting of the Bureau. I wish to bring to your attention some of the issues that were raised at the meeting of the Bureau yesterday afternoon. First one was the host country and dates of the 63rd session of the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly and the 43rd session of the ACP EU JPA. The Bureau took note that the next JPA session will be held in Europe, possibly in June 2023. The host country is still to be made known. With regard to the 63rd session of the OACPS, the Bureau noted that based on the rotation principle, it was the turn of West Africa to provide a host country. The meeting was informed that Niger has offered to host the next session, and communication to that effect has been transmitted to the OACPS Secretariat. We also considered the adoption of the draft agenda and program, which we just considered here, of the 42nd session of the ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly, and we had adopted that with amendments as you just saw. And then thirdly, we also considered the withdrawal of South Africa from the organization of ACP. The Bureau was informed and took note of the withdrawal of South Africa from the organization and that ongoing efforts are still being made to continue to woo South Africa back, but at the same time respecting the sovereign decision that South Africa is making as well. Fourth, we also looked at the motion. There was a motion for Malawi on the new agreement. The Bureau was informed during yesterday's meeting of a motion by Malawi on the new agreement, and the Secretariat has since cited now a copy of that motion. I myself have just seen this as we started our meeting this morning, and we are in receipt now at this time of this motion or resolution. In light of this and in light of the discussions that were had here earlier in our meeting, I am proposing that we hold an emergency bureau meeting, on this particular issue at 4 p.m. here in this room. Once again, an emergency bureau meeting to consider what our next steps might be regarding some of the proposals that we had received this morning, to see what our next steps might be on this particular issue of Malawi's motion. At the same time, we will also consider what was discussed here as well with regard to South Africa's intention to withdraw. Those two issues will be the agenda for today's emergency meeting of the Bureau that we will convene here at 4. That is for the Bureau members to kindly note and please attend this emergency meeting. We also considered the advocacy and engagement of this august body as we move on together in solidarity. The Bureau exchanged the need to have a strategy that will ensure that the Assembly is visible or more visible, and one that is relevant and fit for purpose as well, especially in the discussions at the international fora that is continuing, addressing similar issues that we are also addressing here. I think the need to prepare this advocacy strategy is also one that we also discussed. And we were also informed by the current ambition by the OACPS to advance a visibility agenda that will highlight our relevance as well to the rest of the globe. The Bureau has tasked the Secretariat to submit proposals at the next meeting on the issue of raising our visibility and the synergies with ongoing processes, global processes that will raise our standing and our visibility moving forward. Now, colleagues, as you know, you will recall that the term of the Pacific presidency of the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly concludes in December of 2022, this year. So it has been my great honor to serve this August Assembly. I will give my farewell address to the Assembly on Monday, but it has been an honor to serve you. I would like to thank you most sincerely for the support you have given me during my tenure as president. I would also like to thank my staff at the National Parliament of Solomon Islands, as well as the Secretariat of the OACPS, in particular the Assistant Secretary General, for his tremendous and strong support, as well as advice that he has rendered through my tenureship. In accordance to the rotation principle established at the 33rd session of the ACP Parliamentary based on the formula AAPAAC, it is now the turn of Africa and Southern African region to provide the presidency for the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly. The meeting at the Bureau was informed of the outcome of the consultation process for the region and has nominated Honorable Ana Rita Sithole of the Republic of Mozambique. And I wish to invite the Assembly to endorse this nomination and elect her by acclamation. She has risen, but I ask us now to rise and give her another round of applause. Thank you very much, colleagues. And on behalf of this Assembly, I wish to congratulate you, Honorable Sithole, for your appointment as the President of this OACPS Parliamentary Assembly and co-president of the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly. And we wish to ensure you of our unwavering support as you conduct the affairs of this Assembly and that of the OACPS in general. Members of the current Bureau and the committee composition, we are informed of the withdrawal of South Africa from the organization yesterday. And this morning, by the Assistant Secretary General, it is to be recalled that the South Africa was a member of the Bureau as well. In this regard, the Bureau has recommended that the region find a replacement that will complete the term of the Bureau. So allow me at this time to present an issue that I omitted raising to the Bureau yesterday as well, for your reflection and guidance. The current composition of the committee membership has been in place for almost 3 years. We have not been able to change the composition due to the pending signing of the new agreement. Therefore, in this regard, the Assembly has two options that I see: to either retain the current composition until the signing takes place, and we adjust to the new format of the JPA, or constitute new committee memberships, and after signing, adjust them to the agreed new structures, which might or might not have committees. I submit these for your comments at this time. The floor is open. Yes, Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've heard your statements and concerns. Unfortunately, I have not heard your comments on the representation of women in the Bureau. I recall that in 2010, having pursued that issue from 2007, eventually it was agreed that women be represented in the Bureau to continue to highlight the plight of women. And it was that year that our partner, the European side, was able to nominate a candidate to join the Bureau to focus on women issue. And it was hoped that after that, the ACP group would also come up with a female candidate that would represent the views of the women in the Bureau. But the way you have communicated to us, I have not heard from you whether that spirit has continued with the organization or it has been dropped. I know that now we are going to have a member of the Bureau who is a president. Even at the time that we agreed to have women representation, we had President Gladys Kinnock, who was a woman. But as a president, you cannot divert from the agenda of the House. So it's very, very important that we should be informed as to where have we lost out in that spirit of involving women at the highest level of this organization. I beg to be explained.
Thank you very much, Uganda. Indeed, just to quickly address or attempt to address your concerns, definitely we have not forgotten that. In the new rules of procedure, it is now stated clearly there that there is attempt towards striving towards gender parity in the composition of the Bureau. So that is something that is now in the rules of procedure, and that neither of the two houses nominates members of one gender only. So that is very much clear in black and white in our rules of procedure in the new agreement once, of course, it's signed. So definitely we haven't forgotten, and it's now in black and white that we will continue on this. But thank you once again for raising this important issue. And I'll give the floor to Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand that there are two issues on the floor. The first issue is whether or not we should approve the continuation of the current committees as constituted until the signing. I think what this Botswana's position would be, that seems to be a reasonable and rational process to adopt, unless the House, of course, says otherwise. For me, we would approve or vote for the continuation of the committees as constituted. The second issue is, of course, the replacement of South Africa on the Bureau, and that's a Southern African issue. I would propose that the House gives Southern Africa time to consult on this and come back to the House, on their proposal as to who is to replace South Africa on the Bureau representing Southern Africa. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for those constructive proposals and suggestions. Botswana, indeed, on the issue of South Africa, the Bureau members from the Southern region are definitely consulting and will be looking to come back to us with a member. Thank you so much for that. And indeed, the one about your options is well noted. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say a little bit on the committees. And I know we have discussed here that we want to know the reasons for South Africa, and we have also withdrawing, and we have also said that we must make an attempt to bring South Africa back on board. I am tempted to believe that we should not be quick to actually replace South Africa on the committee. If we should do that, then it is like we are endorsing the exit of South Africa. So until we know and we explore the possibility of South Africa not being able to join the House, come back to the House, I think we should hasten slowly on that. And we look forward to the Secretariat giving us a concrete response to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ghana, for those perspectives. Indeed, for us in the Bureau, it was a matter of representation to ensure that the Southern region is represented in a manner that is very much reflective of the region as well. Therefore, that is why I think the practice has been that there has been provisional settings whereby members, even when they don't attend, are replaced for that meeting, just to ensure the representation is there. So that is that. So I think your issue now is that we need to balance that with perhaps the perception that we are not welcoming South Africa anymore. But I think we just need to make it clear that it is provisional only, and it is for the representation within the Bureau to have that equal representation as well in the various regions. That is the only reason why we are seeking provisional membership from the region at this time. But your point is definitely well taken. Botswana again.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my apologies to coming back to this issue, the issue of South Africa. I think we, as a House, we must also appreciate that this is just one of the many, these 3 forums that South Africa or any country participate in the OACP. For example, there's also the Council of Ministers. There's also the summit. So as we discuss as to who is the right person to go to South Africa to go and negotiate with them, we must understand that we are just one of the 3 forums, or these 3 forums, that we engage through. So can we imagine at the summit deciding that to leave South Africa's position there because they're still going to engage with South Africa to see whether or not President Ramaphosa wants to come to their meeting? It cannot be like that. South Africa has stepped out. We are really upset, or we are concerned. We wish they had not done, but they have done that. Any engagement is about the future of them possibly coming back, but right now they are not a member of this forum, and therefore we must accept that, sad and as unfortunate as it is. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Botswana, for that position. Well noted. Eritrea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm taking the floor in order to express the opinion of my delegation as regards the proposal that you have forwarded to us regarding the formation of the committees. I support the view that has been expressed by Botswana. Since in the new agreement, there will not be any committees, there is no need of forming committees for a very short period of time. So let's continue the way we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eritrea. A very practical proposal indeed from yourself and of course Botswana. Tanzania, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tanzania seconds Botswana and Eritrea.
Thank you very much, Tanzania, for seconding the proposal. Can I take it therefore that that is how we'll proceed? We will just keep the committees on until the new agreement comes on. Thank you very much for that support and very much appreciated. We will have it reflected in the outcomes of our meeting that this is how we will proceed. And I think I would like to thank you, all of you, for your kind support and cooperation here. Now, colleagues, we come to the last part of our agenda, any other business. And I would now like to give the floor to the members who have issues to raise under this item that concern, of course, the OACPS side only. I understand Suriname and Sierra Leone. Suriname, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought it is suitable to address this meeting with an issue which we are dealing right now. And I think all of we are independent countries, sovereign countries. But one thing we definitely have in common is our colonial past. And right now, this issue is raised in Suriname, my country. I think also in the Caribbean, where we are discussing the offering of apologies and reparations by the former motherlands. And in this regard, recently, a parliamentary delegation of Netherlands had visited us for insights and discussions. And as far as I know, they already has made a suggestion to their government to present these apologies as soon as possible. But I do know that this issue also is of concern in the Caribbean and maybe in other part of ACP. And I would be delighted to know about the insights and ideas of the other member countries. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Suriname. Well noted. Any Sierra Leone, you have the floor.
Sorry, you have already addressed the issue earlier on.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone, for yielding. I don't see any other hands up for the floor at this time. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Oh, yes, we see Uganda. Uganda, you have the floor.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. President. I just wanted more on a procedural guidance. You had earlier on talked about discussions of the issue on Malawi during the AOB, but I noticed that you highlighted it in your communication. Knowing that that is a matter that should have been discussed at the Assembly, I just wanted to understand whether procedurally how this will go about, because the Bureau will meet, but we've already completed our session for today. So I just wanted your guidance on that. I know it's a bit early to preempt, but just wanted to know whether procedurally we will still be proceeding well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A fair query in terms of the processes that are next. We are arranging this emergency bureau meeting at 4 so that we can discuss these issues. And then we are looking to have a resumption of our plenary as well. We're making arrangements for that so that we can come back together again. So stay tuned. And I thank you very much for seeking that clarity. And that is my response to that. Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands for the floor at this time. In this case, I would like to say thank you once again colleagues for your fruitful and active participation in our discussions throughout the morning and now into the afternoon. One thing that I've come to learn about our August body is that it's a marathon one. It likes to go quite late, but I feel that it's quite important to allow delegations the opportunity to also air whatever they have in their minds. And I think this has been achieved today. It has been fruitful. It has been engaging. There has been some concrete proposals on the way forward on certain issues. And I would just like to thank you once again for your kind cooperation and support as we met throughout this day. And I would like to thank the Secretariat again for their support. I would like to thank the interpreters for their work in facilitating our meeting today, and would like to give them particular thanks and gratitude for their important contribution to our meeting today. Thank you once again, one and all, for this. I have some announcements that I want to make at this time so that we are all aware of some of the activities that are ongoing. There's a request that all Southern African members to remain behind after this meeting here in this room, congregate somewhere perhaps around the front here. And just to alert us that perhaps you are already aware that COVID is once again on the rise, and the masks will be distributed to us all again. And of course, the main one is lunch. Lunch will be available at a cost that one can pay with credit cards and cash. Mozambique will distribute conference bags as well, I understand. So these are my announcements that I have for us now. And it is now my pleasure to adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much.